Hi, the show must go on, and we are here in Katowice in Poland at the 13th World University Chess Championship. My new commentator here, my new guest,
Hello,
is Hanna Lex, women international master, who will help me to provide this live video broadcast during that round, maybe, hopefully, the next also, we'll see. So, how about the tournament, the women tournament? Hanna?
Oh, I see there are four women who have got 4 points. Among them, our representative Klaudia Kulon. I mean Polish.
Yes, because we are both Polish.
Yes, there are not many draws. That makes the tournament even more interesting.
How many of them?
There are only 4 draws.
Together?
Yes.
So every single round was only 2 draws?
Oh yeah.
Yes?
No, in the second round there were only 2 draws.
All
sorry.
Right.
But
still, it's very... women play very ambitious in comparison to men, because I can see the results, and only 4 players out of 46 have 100% points. There are a representative of China, Yu Ruyan, sorry if I pronounce it poorly, Ivan Bukavshin from Russia Federation, Eduardo Amorim Barbosa playing on the second board against Jan Bernaszek from Czech Republic. I think we can already start to say a few words about the first round. Who should we start with?
Klaudia Kulon, I think it's very interesting for
So
me.
the women's section, all right. We'll see in a moment how the women are playing. So let's look at Klaudia Kulon. Only 2 moves are done here: d4, d5. Maybe it's a little surprise, because usually Klaudia plays knight f6 and some king Indian defense, but of course she would like to make a surprise for her, prepare some surprise for her opponent. So we shall see in a moment. Tatiana Kličková is still thinking. So let's move to the first board, yeah? And on the first board, oh, sorry.
Munguntul, Baktuyang.
Baktuyang Munguntul.
From Mongolia.
From Mongolia is heading Maria Fomenik from Russia. It's not very Russian type of surname, I would say.
But the player is very famous, I think. I know her from my juniors times.
Yes, because Hanna was a representative of Poland during the World Championship.
Yes, and European Championships.
And what was your best result?
I got a bronze medal on European Championships, girls under 18.
Oh, 2 years ago, yeah? Almost.
Yeah, let's say it was 2 years ago.
All right, so let's start. e4, e6, the French defense on the first board. d4, d5, knight c3. So, of course, black can choose to play knight b4. There are 3 main lines. Knight b4. All right, I will just show it. Not only to make a line, but I will show it. Bishop b4. And here, of course, there are plenty of other moves. e5, or, sorry, knight ge2, and so on. But the de is the second choice for black, and the third one is knight f6, e5, knight fd7, f4, c5, knight f3. It's very popular line. Knight c6 and bishop e3 is already on the board, so it's very popular. Have you ever played such a position with any color?
Yes, I played with white, but
just like me.
Yeah, but I don't remember the theory very well right now, because I changed and I play something different.
All right. Let's move maybe to the next move, to the next game, where.
And what about Klaudia? Nothing changes?
I think something can change, but it's not uploaded yet. Downloaded yet. So d4, d5, bishop g5. So it's quite a rare move, actually. It's not, of course, the main line. Knight f3 and c4 are, but knight g5 I think the opponent didn't want to got into the preparation of Claudia and chooses something really rare. I know that, oh, g6, really. I think that I've seen a very nice game when Polish master Piotr Brodowski lost a game against the grandmaster from Ukraine, against Alexander Zubov, after f6. And here after, I think, bishop f4, it was g5, even e3, and knight h6. Just to put a knight on f7, bishop on g7, and then castle. And then rapidly play e5, which is really...
And black won?
Yes, in 20 moves, not more.
Oh.
So it's really interesting.
Looks crazy.
Yes, it looks crazy just to play f6 in the second move. But, okay, g6. So, of course, Claudia wasn't expecting bishop g5. I think she didn't have enough time, because I would like to recall that the first round was played at 9:30 today, so it's the second round today. People may be really, really tired. That's why I think so many draws, 6 from 10 top boards in men's section have finished with draw. So I think sometimes, because of bearing in mind, some players have bearing in mind that they will play second round today also.
I think Claudia didn't have time to prepare, and that's why she played d5, just to surprise with no preparation.
Anything. Yeah, she can play anything actually. She thought that it's not a problem for her.
Oh, you said that on the first day, on first day, that she can play anything.
So
I remember.
I'm g6, e3, bishop g7. Of course, now I think it's quite a tricky position now, because I will go knight f6 and then I will castle, and bishop on g5 can be attacked by, for example, knight e4. It can switch to green-felt defense after c4, knight f3, knight c3, knight f6, knight c3, castle, and knight f3, and for example c5. So it's not so obvious what will happen now. We'll have to wait for it. Meanwhile, I think we should move to the first board. Queen d2, still nothing special. It is a theory. The third line. So we were here. So the Ruy Lopez defense. a6, bishop a4, knight f6, d3. The main line is to make to castle here, but of course d3 is also playable. Many times the ratings of opponents are very close to each other. Bishop c5, castle d6. Now I think that plans with c3, knight bd2 and d4 can be done. But how about switching to the men's section?
Yeah.
Right. We'll do it in a moment. So, as you can see in the men's section, only 4 players have 2 points out of 2, which means that, I don't know, either they want to come, most of them, 10 of them who have point and a half, just want to relax at the beginning and then to start fighting. We will see. The most interesting game, in my opinion, today is on number 3, where Michał Olszewski from Poland is fighting against Sanan Sugirov, so the top seed of this tournament, who made a draw in the second round, so first 2 days, and he was analyzing with us. I hope you have seen it. So how about moving to men's section? All right, let's start with Michał Olszewski against Sanan Sugirov. Knight f3, d5, c4, c6. Of course, after d4, the Slav defense will occur. e3. So Michał doesn't want to get into it. Maybe it's not a bad idea, because I think that Sanan Sugirov is a professional chess player, and he would be prepared much better than Michał, who is a lawyer already. Knight f6, knight c3, g6, d4. So bishop g7. So it's still the Slav defense. h3, castle, and bishop d3. So also is still the theory. Of course, I don't know when will it end, and they will start to play on their own. I'm not sure. So let's probably move to the second game from men's section. E4, E6. Zaven Andasaryan from Armenia is. Sorry, it's not the second board. It's the fourth. It's the fourth. Sorry, it's my mistake. Zaven Andasaryan from Armenia is playing against Yiping Lu from China, who in the second round made a draw against our player Dariusz Świercz in a very, very interesting game. Now Zaven is playing with white, e4, e6, so once more French defense, d4, d5, knight c3, knight f6, so the same. e5, yeah. Bishop e3.
I'm not a specialist at this defense. I'm waiting for Sicilian defense.
Right.
Maybe I will say something.
Maybe somebody will try to do it. We'll see. Bishop e7, so knight c6 is of course the main line. Bishop e7, bishop e3, b6. Of course, Black's idea in the whole French defense is to get rid of the light squared bishop by, for example, bishop a6, bishop e2, knight c6. So for me, it's a little surprise that Lu didn't play bishop a6 here. Maybe it's knight c6. Maybe it might be a theory. I'm not sure. We don't have any engine here or any opening reference, so I'm just trying to guess sometimes. I'm not an expert in openings, neither are you.
No, I'm a woman. Don't you know?
Doesn't mean anything.
Oh, it means, I think.
Why?
I think women are not the best specialists in case of openings.
Look at Judith Polgar.
Oh, yeah. that's an exception.
No, maybe it's a rule. It should be a rule.
It should be.
Right.
I don't think it is.
Let's move to the game. Castle, castle, queen, e1. How are you feeling? What's the plan of white?
Maybe he's going to attack on the queen side. On the, I mean, king side.
King side, yeah. It's quite interesting. Queen e1. I think that I would choose to put queen on d2, not on e1, but on e1 she wants to go to g3 for sure. To start, or maybe g4 and then queen g3. It might be interesting. Black also all the time has the problem with.
What do you think about f5?
f5 now.
Is it too risky?
Here f5 immediately.
Yes, you mean I meant by white.
Here, yeah.
Yeah.
Now
f6 and now f5.
with white.
Yes, because I'm looking at this point d5.
Yeah.
Something's happening with it.
Yeah, black cannot actually take on f5 because of knight d5.
But then I don't know what's happening with e5. I didn't have time to see to it.
So if black takes here, yes?
Not right now. Here,
yes,
knight d5, and now something's happening with it.
All right.
Yes.
All right, I will take it.
And there are two knights.
That can take it, yes, of course.
Yes,
but
so maybe...
yes, but for example, after that, I would play rook d1, which can be very unpleasant for black.
Oh, yeah. So maybe my idea wasn't so bad.
But after f5, I think also about cd at first. Might be dangerous for white, I think.
And
you cannot take on f6, of course, because of bishop f6.
But I would like to take on d4.
Take
by bishop.
With a bishop, right? Yeah. But after taking with a bishop, I can think of such a solution for black, I think. Or even take with a pawn, just to attack a bishop on d4. And I think it's not a problem for black. You have to take on e6.
Yeah, on e6. And what
only move, and I will take on d4.
And I will take on d7.
And the amount of pieces is equal, I think, and you don't have a pawn. I have a pair of bishops. I think black should be just rather
too
satisfied. Yeah,
okay.
Rather satisfied with that. f5, I don't believe, actually. Maybe they have played it further. We shall see it. No, Zaven is still thinking. So, because I think it's some novelty. In my opinion, it was also quite interesting to play f5 immediately. But on the other hand, f6 is more flexible. Black waits. He can play f5, of course, but he wants to fight against these two pawns in the center on d4 and e5. There is a threat of taking on d4 actually now. It might be quite dangerous for white. Okay, let's move to the first board, where Chinese player Yu is playing against Russian Bukavshin. e4, c5. Oh, finally, the Sicilian opening. So something you like.
Yes, I'm happy to see it.
e6. How about it? Is still alright?
Okay, let's see.
Knight d4, knight c6. There are plenty of possibilities here. Actually, not plenty, but two of them, the main lines, are either to take on c6 and after bc play bishop d3. I was playing such a game against a grandmaster from Georgia, Mr. Mchedlishvili, and of course I lost that game in German Bundesliga last year. So it's quite complicated to play it with white. Although the position was, I thought, during the game it was quite cool. It turned out to be really very tricky one, and I lost without any play. Knight c6, knight c3, queen c7. Here white has two plans, either to castle long after bishop e3, knight f6, queen d2, a6, and now castling here, bishop b4, f3, and some English attack can occur after g4, b5. And it is very well known, especially I know that Sergei Movsesyan, who is now playing for Armenian team, is an expert here. It's very risky to play it with white. The bishop e2 is quite calmer. Knight f6, castle bishop e7, bishop e3, castle f4. It's regular play. d6,
so
king h1.
It's like Scheveningen.
Yes,
right
it's
now.
Scheveningen without a6. Here, and a6. So we have some kind of Scheveningen defense.
Why did he take with queen?
Maybe because he was afraid of some e5 in the near future. Maybe even now.
I will go back on e3.
Okay, I will probably play a6.
Aren't you afraid of d5? Of this?
With d5, but what?
Of
What
this
about?
hole on d5.
It's not a hole. I have my knight on f6, which protects me from.
But I want to play f5.
Sorry.
f5 by pawn and then bishop g5.
Alright, I'll play b5.
Oh, maybe not now. Wait. a3.
a3, yeah. I think bishop g5 would be better because before is not a threat because you will take just on f6.
Oh,
Yes?
you can. Okay.
But I will play bishop b7 because after a3 it's not a problem for me because it's too slow, I think, and now I'm developed very well here. Bishop b7, bishop f3, and for example rook f d8.
And you will play d5 in a second?
Probably I will try. Then I will put my rooks on those lines, and then I think I don't have any problem.
Okay, because I don't have the second knight. If I had,
Yeah, if you
it would be better.
only if I had it. It's always so. So after f5, b5, bishop g5, bishop b7, I don't think that black should have great problems in such a position. But maybe that's why he didn't want to take it. And here, immediately after that, he can try to play rook a e1. So maybe something like that. Maybe rook a d1. I don't know really. He took with a queen, a6, and now a4 against move b5, and neither b6 nor b5 can be played by black. So probably he will have to develop his bishop on d7 and e5. Maybe that was the idea of white. e5, knight e8. black doesn't have much space now, but for sure, after, for example, in the next move, rook c8 and are taking on e5, he will open some space, give some air, fresh air for his pieces, which is not so bad. I'm quite curious what you would like to play here, will play here.
I would play rook d1.
A-d1, yes?
A.
I think bishop c6 maybe a response. Just
Bishop f3
bishop f3.
to prevent this bishop from attack.
Oh, he doesn't make much, I think, on c6 yet. So I'm not sure whether we have to exchange it. It's also possible, because if not, how should I develop my attack? Yes, I cannot play g4 and so on because king is pinned with a pawn, and I cannot play rook f3 because it's attacked by bishop. Yes, exactly. That's why bishop f3 might be a good idea. On the other hand, black can take on f3 and play d5, something like that.
What about my attack on the king side? Now my rook is going to go on h3.
Yeah. And f5, for example? Just to quit your attack?
I still believe in it.
Look, it's just a structure from French defense without a white squared bishop on black side. You will have to play very carefully and very precisely with white to show that you have an advantage, yes? In my opinion, of course.
So maybe instead of
f5.
f5, yes.
Yeah, to push that pawn. It would be much more interesting. But here, I was thinking about f6, but it doesn't work because of simple fe, and queen d5.
d5.
So I cannot play like that, or can I? Is there any trick now? I thought about rook d8, but
there is check on if
there is
yes.
there is a check, yes, and white wins. So f5, maybe d5 wasn't the best solution. Maybe rook c8 with the idea of exchanging queens on c4, just to go there, because the endgames are usually they are better for black in Sicilian defense. Not all of them, of course, but some. We shall come back to see what's going on in a moment. Let's see the second board. So,
player from Czech Republic,
a player
our
from
neighbor.
Czech Republic and from Brazil, who won a very exciting game against number 3 Alexander Shimanov. He was our guest also in the studio. So let's take a look at it. d6, c3. So he doesn't want to get deeply in the theory, but just rather stay calm and then try to do something more. Playing white, if white wants to fight for advantage, c3, in my humble opinion, it's not the best way, but okay, it's still playable. Knight f6, h3. Of course, the pawn on e4 is untouchable, because
I can see that.
okay, but not all of us can.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's better to show it queen a4 and
you're right.
And we'll take a knight, g6, bishop d3. It goes on c2, e5. Because without that, white would play d4. For example, knight c6, d4. Maybe not yet d4, but something calmer. Because after d4, I see that black can just simply take a pair of bishops. But still, look, the problem of black, even after taking on c2, is that the bishop, light squared bishop, doesn't have a good place. Because even if it goes on to b7 after b6, it doesn't make a great job. Yes, there's no reason for white to be worried about that position. So that's why e5, it's quite fine move. And after d4, ed. Of course, I want to open to give more space to this bishop. To that bishop, yeah. So to open this long diagonal.
And what about d6 pawn?
Yes, but after d, cd.
Isn't it weak?
It's weak, but how should you use it? with white. So knight c6, which was in the game. I will not take on d4 now. I will wait for you. What do you do? If you want to attack it, you should open d file. But if you take on c5, I will also take with a pawn, which is already not so weak, yes?
Okay.
So it's quite a tricky thing. I think I played such a thing.
And he has to do something because there is a bishop on d7 and knight on c6. And now black wants to play cd and then...
No, sorry. For example, I would prefer knight c3. Just develop, yes?
cd.
cd, yes. Knight d4.
Knight d4 and there is something? Or maybe
knight d4. I mean,
yeah.
Okay, let's check it. Knight c6, knight c3, knight d8, knight d1. What's the position? Black is pawn up now, just for now. White can take on b7. It's quite interesting, but it has some drawish tendencies, but I still think that black is better here because of the bishop on g7, which is really strong one.
So there is a threat.
There is,
I was right.
I wouldn't say it's a really big threat. It's a possibility for black to take it.
But
so
he has to consider that option.
Yeah, he has to consider it, yeah, of course. But I would play it knight c3 and probably knight bishop e3 will be played. I'm not sure because after d5 black can easily win a pair of bishops, which can be extremely strong in that kind of position when I can put my knight on d7 then and play f5, for example. So it's quite a problem for Evandro Barbosa from Brazil. Okay, let's move to the next.
What about women? We forgot about them.
We didn't. We'll just look at them in a moment, alright. The first board.
Only 8 moves.
I think we should make...
Oh, we should wait.
Yeah, we should wait for it. So, still, if you have any questions, please write on our Facebook page. I have somewhere here. www.facebook.com/chess2014. So if you have any suggestions, something like that, more interviews and something like that, just let us know. We will do our best to improve our video broadcast. So in a moment we will see the women's section, and just for now, I think players are really tired now because this whole tournament is really, you have to be really well prepared for it because there are 3 double rounds.
Yeah.
So, and one day is free, so it's really exhausting.
We have 2 rounds today and tomorrow we also have 2 rounds. So
yes,
I would be exhausted.
Yes, it's really 5 rounds in only 3 days. And also that it's very, maybe it's better for them that the time control, it's only 90 minutes per whole game, yes?
Oh, there is no addition.
Yes, there is no addition, and only 30 seconds, of course, after every move. But on the other hand, you don't have enough time. Sometimes you don't have enough time. If you sleep for a while, let's call it sleeping, for a while, then you don't have any time to calculate properly. So it's you know, it's double-edged thing. All right, we can move to the games in a moment. Of the women's section, as you wanted. So the first board took a French defense, queen d2, b6, bishop e2, castle, castle, bishop b7. So for sure black will fight for a center with move f6, but she will have to be very careful about playing f6 and then f5. She will always have to take into consideration such a move, such a thumb. All right, here nothing special happens in that game, so let's maybe move to the second board. Maybe we'll find something a little bit more interesting. Oh, look, it's occurred a stone wall with a bishop on g5 and opposite colors. So it's quite interesting idea.
So she wants to draw Tatiana wants to draw?
No,
Do
she
you think
wants
so?
just to exchange the bishop, which would be very, very bad on c1 because of those pawns. It's always the problem in,
so it's
in
better
this,
than
in a stone wall
than the
when playing with black.
Mm.
And here white had enough time to put his bishop on g5 and then to play f4 and here knight f3, knight e5. It's quite tricky. And now probably Claudia will play knight e4. But I'm not sure, I don't have a hair mind, so...
But knight e4 and this pawn on e4 later wouldn't be threatened by queen, for example? No, I thought to take with bishop and then queen g4, for example.
Have to look after, for example, f5 or f6.
And I will take en passant.
Okay, en passant. Here. And I will protect the pawn e4, so we cannot take it so easily.
Oh.
And here the pair of bishops will be really, really strong. So it's not, you cannot do it so immediately.
Mm-hmm.
Don't be in such a rush. You can win your game without, being so fast. But of course, fe, and now I think she will play knight e4, just with an idea still to play. After taking bishop c4, I think it will be in the game to play king h8 and to win some space after f6s, just to make some more space for a bishop, black squared bishop. But we shall see. All right. Board number 3. Juliana Terao from Brazil is playing against Lydia Tomnikova from Russia. It is a Rui Lopez defense. Knight f6, d3, bishop c5, castle d6. So it's... And she exchanged both bishops. The first one on a7, then on c6. And she destroyed pawn structure of black. And look at this rook. Doesn't look to be very...
Is it normal? Is it theory that
I don't
the
know,
rook stays here?
You had to play it, yeah? Because after bishop e3, I think it's an only opportunity. Maybe b5 can be played now. Just not to allow to put your rook on a7. But on the other hand, is it so bad place for her? She will move for sure to b7 in a moment. Of course, I think at first black should take on d4, knight d4, bishop d7. For example, rook e1, castle, and c4, and rook b7. Yeah, I think it's not so bad for black. It's a slight advantage for white, because then b3 and the knight will be developed on c3 for sure.
They have more space.
Yes, of course. And the problem, but black will have to think about playing c5, for example, and after knight comes down, I can think of a5 and a4 even immediately. It might be a pawn weaknesses here, and those pawns of black doesn't stay badly. Of course, you have to bear in mind that white can try e5 sometimes, so maybe a4 isn't the best idea. Maybe here black should play rook e8 immediately. But it's quite a calm situation, and I think both sides have equal chances. Okay, let's move to Marta Bartel's game. She's playing against Jixin Ding,
Chinese player.
Marta lost her second round, so in the morning, so she's really upset about it, and because she lost against weaker player, as far as I remember.
Yes.
Women
international master from Russia.
Yeah, from Russia, Lydia Tomnikova. So she must be upset, and it's very hard just after 2 hours after the game to play the next one. So really, you have to be very strong, psychologically strong. d5, c4, e6, e3, bishop e7, knight c3, castle, bishop d3, dc, bishop c4, c5. What is more Marta is playing against a Russian player, #1, the top seed. So after losing a game, she had to deal with a really hard opponent. But that's really tough tournament for everybody. There are only 26 players in women tournament, and plenty of really great players are there among them. So we shall see. I think in such a situation, Black is trying to play b5 and then develop his bishop or her bishop on b7 and knight on d7, and just such a development is very very popular. White can try to play a4, just not to allow Black to play b5. But on the other hand, point b4 is very weak, and knight can go there easily. Knight c4, c6, b4, and of course b6, for example. It's also nothing to be worried about with Black.
But coming back, what you've just said about Marta, that she lost and now she has to play with very good player. I think she's very experienced player, and she will do well.
Yeah, she played very well at the Olympiad in Tromsø, so we know that she's very tough player.
And experienced. I think she experienced such losses. Such
situation already, yeah? Hope not, but maybe. Probably yes. It's our life looks so. The fifth board. What can you say about it? Look, French defense and ED. White obviously want to make a draw. The Czech player Martina Marečková is playing against very strong #3.
She doesn't want to risk by choosing this opening, I think.
Yes, but
this variation.
Isn't that bad idea to play against better player? Just play ED and fight from the first move. You showed that from the third move. You showed that you are fighting for a draw. Actually.
I heard it's not a good idea. That you should show your opponent that you are ambitious and you want to win.
Yes, exactly. That's my thought also. That's why I don't understand Martina Marečková, why she took against Zhang on d5 in the French defense. ED, bishop d3, bishop d6, so knight e2, knight f6. So Black's idea can be to play knight c6, bishop on g4, queen d7, long castle, and just to attack the king, White's king, who will probably be castle short. So we shall see what happened. Knight f4, bishop f4, castle, short castle, castle, knight c6, c3, knight e7. It goes to g6 for sure. Bishop d6, queen d6. Oh, it's a regular position. Knight d2. Of course, there's no advantage of Black doesn't have any advantage, of course, yet. But psychologically, she's already higher than her opponent, I think. And how do you think that in the women's section it's more important than in men?
Of course it is, but in my opinion it's not so easy to be in better shape, psychological shape, when someone wants to draw. It's obvious that she wants to draw. I don't like when someone who is theoretically weaker than me plays to draw. I hate it. I prefer someone who fights.
You know, not everybody is a fighter, so you have to agree with that. Okay, the next board. Players who have 1 point, both of them. Yvette Garcia Morales from Mexico is playing against Polish player Anna Gasik, who lost her first game. Not very nice in the morning because she blundered very quickly and lost a pawn, and just Black had to make a good realize it properly, and she did. Her opponents of Anna, of course, d4, d5, bishop g5 once more.
That's popular.
So maybe
in Katowice.
Maybe it's popular in Katowice, yes. I know that Anya used to play f5, but maybe you know something more.
I don't play d4. She used to be my opponent in junior times. I played against her like 100 times, but I don't play d4, so I don't know.
But haven't you looked at it actually? So just to try to surprise her. It's also quite a.
I'm a fighter, as you know, and I always play e4, and I'm not interested in d4, and I'm not interested in positions which are very, let's say, quiet. I like loud positions.
With some hits, yes?
Yes.
Some possibility of offensive
And some
play.
combinations, like Sicilian defense.
That's why it's your favorite now to comment.
Yeah.
Okay, that's cool. So the French defense isn't the one you like playing against?
Yeah, to be honest, it's quite boring for me. I'm sorry.
No, sometimes in French defense there are some after knight c3, for example, there are plenty of very sharp lines. So if black, especially if black plays bishop b4 then. But okay, let's get back to Anna Gashik and Yvette Garcia Morales game. Bishop g5, c6, e3, bishop f5, bishop, queen b6, knight c3. Of course, I cannot take on b2 because of rook b1 and rook b7, which is favorable for white. That's why e6. Anna got rid of a white squared bishop and now puts all her pawns on white squares, which is quite a good idea, of course. Knight g2, knight d7, castle, knight gf6, e4, and such a positional cut. It looks a little bit like French defense with taking on e4, e4, e6, d4, d5, de. It's just the type of this position. Yeah? It will be very hard for Anna to make something playable, to create something playable, because white is also, I think, interested in more than draw than.
Yeah, but she doesn't have this terrible bishop on c8.
Which is, of course,
it's better.
Great improvement in comparison with French defense.
Better option than French defense.
But what should we take with? A knight or a bishop? How do you think? What would be your choice?
Bishop.
Bishop. But on the other hand, you exchange it, yeah? You exchange the next
because
piece.
when the knight takes on f6, I don't like the bishop on a7. It has no.
Of course, but there are some options like playing then c5, opening the position h6 at first, then c5 and so on at the castle. So it's not so. It will maybe now it doesn't look very nicely, but on the other hand, many pawns of black are put on white squares, knight squares. So maybe it's not so bad. I would take with a knight, with a knight, to be honest, because taking with a bishop then allows white to shorten the material even more. And if I want to play on win, I would really prefer to take with knight. But okay, we shall see what Anna will do. Let's move to the next game. Yulia Dogotkina is from Russia, is playing against Xinyu Sun from China. Both of players have 1 point. What was the result of both of them in the previous round?
Let's check.
All right.
The Chinese girl drew
against our
representative, yes, Alexander Olalach. And
Yulia Dogotkina lost against Claudia Coulon.
So they both played against Polish players.
Yes, and now they met finally. e4, c5. All right. Maybe you will come and say something now about the Sicilian. I know you don't prefer bishop b5. Probably you prefer d4.
But I play it with black, and I also choose bishop d7, the same variation.
There are
two
other choices, of course, knight c6, and after, for example, castling bishop d7. Taking our at first, sorry, rook e1, a6, and for example, bishop f1. After e5, some kind of Ruy Lopez structures can occur after c3, d4, which is quite interesting. The second choice of black can be knight d7, quite a flexible one, but we shall see. We're not talking about the game now, so let's get back. Bishop d7. All right, Hannah.
I take it with queen.
Queen, just like soon. Castle, knight f6. Is it? I think it's a theory.
I play e5, something like this.
Immediately e5.
Oh, I'm not sure if immediately, but later. But
later on, yeah.
I see she chose something different.
Yes, knight f6, rook e1, knight c6, c3, and e6. I think that after e5, for example, in that position, yeah, white's idea is obvious, just to play d4 and have a very nice center. And after e5, I think you are not developed well enough with black, and d4 may give an advantage to white. And the idea of e6 is just like in the game, d4, take, and d5, just to play on the squares, opposite squares that color is opposite to the color of bishop. Yeah.
Yeah, that's better. I think I wouldn't play e5 if I saw that she played c3. I wouldn't choose e5.
Yeah, exactly.
e6 is much better.
It's more flexible. Knight e4, knight bd2. I think it's still a theory. Bishop e7, a3, castle d4, a6, and bishop e4, bishop f4. I think black has better chances, to be honest, in that position, due to the fact that the bishop, my bishop, has more space. Of course, I will have to do something. This position has many drawish tendencies, because only one file is open, and if every major piece would be exchanged, nothing will happen. But of course, I think that the player who is playing with white, Yulia Dogotkina from Russia, is playing against the weaker. Okay, let's say the rating of opponent is lower, so she would like to play on win. So I don't believe that she will be satisfied with a draw against Chinese player. Although I think this already the second Chinese player with a much lower rating made a draw against Polish player in the first round. Jacek Tomczak was Kacper Piorun was playing against a man from China, and he was actually much worse. He was losing, but his opponent touched a rook and had to make. He was obliged to make a move with it, and he had to give away an exchange. I don't know. Have you seen it?
I haven't.
All right.
I was busy with my work.
All right. So he had to just give it away, and that's why it was only a draw. So Chinese players, both of them were low rated, but they really played very good games. And we shall see what will go on in that game in a moment. Maybe let's switch to men's section. What do you think? In a moment we should go there. And we will see. We will start from the first board in men's section, where the Chinese player is playing against the Russian one. Their ratings are not so. The difference of their ratings isn't so big. So for sure, two grandmasters are sitting opposite to each other. Bishop e3, f4. We were somewhere here. Yes, a4, e5, and now queen b6. It's a surprise for me that white wants so fast to.
And you've just said that almost every Sicilian ending is better for black.
Yes, but maybe this, because of that knight on e8, it's not so easy. It cannot be evaluated so quickly. Maybe now black should play something like rook c8 to wait for white to ask white what would he like to do, because now my rook goes on a very nice position on c8 and will support the attack, maybe d5, and then exchanging the black squared bishops and putting knight somehow on c4. I'm not really sure. Maybe instead of rook c8, bishop c6 is also playable.
That looks better for me.
Yeah, just to put a bishop on a very good long diagonal. He will be very happy to have so much free air. So, but in the game it was DE, and of course, well, not of course, white should, I think, should take on C7, but on the other hand, I can try to take on E5 immediately. And look, I don't think that black is able to take on E5 because of bishop F4, some interjection, yeah? And I will take on B7. Everything is protected and the pawn on B7 will be lost. So white is not obliged to take on C7, and I'm sure he will not take it, because it would be a loss of a tempo and white would put a knight on much better position than on E8. So I think here bishop F4 white would obtain an advantage. Of course the material is equal, but the pieces, especially knight on E8, is quite weak. And after, let's say, queen C5, bishop, queen B7, knight C6. Now it's double edge actually. I thought it would be better for white, but here look, the queen doesn't stay.
I prefer black.
Yeah, me too. Now, now that I see, knight F6, and I think all pieces are put properly. So maybe after DE, maybe after F, let's think a little bit more about it. What else can be done? Maybe queen, no, bishop D4, queen B7 has to be calculated as well. Rook D8, probably no. What move should black make? Maybe cannot move rook B8 because bishop on E7 is also not protected yet, so he would lose it. So maybe that's the point. I cannot play knight C7 either because of bishop F4. Yes, now it's really dangerous.
We're losing a piece.
Yes.
What about knight F6?
Knight F6, I'll take it.
Oh, by
no,
rook.
I cannot, because bishop F6 and the bishop on E3 is also under attack. So it's not so easy. Maybe it will be the game. I'm quite curious what will happen here. We'll see in a moment. Okay, let's move to the second board. E4, C5, the C7 once more. So the floor is yours. Anna, back to you.
No, you're better.
No,
In case of openings, you have better knowledge, Grandmaster.
All right. Here. Okay, but now it's a regular position from Sicilian, so it's yours. Come on, Anna. Edie, don't be shy. Knight C6, we are somewhere here, yes, and we thought what white should play, because after DC, the black squared bishop of black is really strong, and it's really annoying for white. D4 square is really great, prepared for a black knight, and white doesn't have really has hardly any advantage. D5, knight B4, knight C3. So he has given away his pair of bishops, but on the other hand, where should black put his light squared bishop? That's my question. How do you think?
There is no good place. Maybe A6, but what's
the
later?
Point, yeah?
Yeah.
What's the idea then? You put there, of course, I will play rook E1. There's no threat of taking an exchange, but and what's more, what then? Let's look. Knight C2, Queen C2, A6, A4, of course, against B5. Maybe then
B6.
Look, rook B8 now.
And what about A5?
Now A5, B5, I think.
Oh, you're not afraid of
It looks
A6?
like Benoni defense a little bit without the bishop and the knight. So the position that occur after D4 in the first move, and I think it's better for black that I'm not sure actually. Sorry,
but again, what about our bishop on C8?
Maybe bishop D7 and bishop B5 is also a plan in such a position.
Oh, right now, but I was asking before.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And just to put it on B5, yes. And if it will be taken, it's not so bad for black.
And and the queen side is safer, I think, after bishop b5.
So I think, but what else should white do? Because after rook b8, black actually wants to open, to play b5 and b4 to force white to move his knight somewhere, but I don't see any good place for it. And after b5, I also take under control point c4, square c4, and of course white's idea in such a position would be to move his knight on d2 and c4 just to attack that weak pawn we are talking about in the beginning, yeah? But after b5, if I manage to play b5, I think I'm quite fine with black. That's why a5 probably will be played, and now bishop d7, which I really find quite good for black. I don't think that black has any problems after any opening of problems. Yeah. Okay, let's move to the next game. Polish player is playing against the strongest. And looking at the rating, Sanan Sugirov from Russia. d4 we are here actually. h3, castle, bishop d3, c5. So it's very sharp, I think, because he moved at first c6 and then c5. I'm not sure what's going on. Alright, let's look further. Castle, knight a6. Well, quite strange, I would say. I would put it knight on c6.
Maybe he's haunting. He wants to kill this bishop on d3.
Yeah, maybe he would like to exchange it. Yeah, knight
but again, it's not my position.
One can be quite dizzy, feel quite dizzy when playing such a game. Look, 4 pawns in the center, almost in the center, c4, d4, d5, c5, and of course black's idea would be to go on b4 and to exchange the bishop, but a3, which I was thinking of, was played against knight b4, and now knight on a6 in my opinion doesn't stand very well, because from c6 it was also the same threat of playing knight b4 and exchanging the the piece. But on the other hand, after dc, for example, the pawn is not protected. But it's not so easy. It's quite complicated. It's just like some kind of Greenfeld defense now. Some type of position of Greenfeld. a3, cd, ed, dc. So we will play against an isolated pawn on d4, and knight from a6 will go on c7 for sure. b6 will be played, just as I said before, and knight goes on d5. Bishop e5 against bishop on g7. b6 was played, of course. Knight d5, queen e2. It's quite, the rule is that if you have an isolated pawn, you shouldn't make many exchanges, because in the end game, many end games, this pawn may occur to be very weak. But there were played several, or hundreds even, I would say thousands, games played with isolated pawn by grandmasters, so it's really very popular and very...
But what do you think about this position? This?
Good question, finally. Alright, just kidding. I think after bishop b7, black shouldn't have much problems. And then e6 would be my plan and just develop somehow. On the other hand, bishop on g7 will be exchanged for sure, and I think both players will wait for each other, because white would like black to take on e5, and then after d and c files are opened, and there are some threads connected with, for example, I'm not saying that it is good now, yeah, but there are some, in such case, there are some unpleasant e6 moves, and after e6 the points d6 and f6 can be used by the knight. So it's really a tricky thing, and I think that Sugirov will not, of course, he will not take it on e5 yet.
So it's quite equal.
It's about equality in my opinion. Maybe some move like knight h6 may occur just to play on f4, just not to allow to exchange this pair of bishop. Then bishop b7, queen d7, and maybe this bishop on e5 is not placed correctly, because it's a place for a knight in my opinion. But of course, white still can try to go back on, for example, g3 and to put a knight on e5. So it's a double-edged position in my opinion. It's a very interesting one. We'll see it in a moment, in a few moments. Let's get to board number 4, where Armenian player Andresian Zaven is playing against Louis Ping from China. Alright, where were we? Oh, sorry, it's Dariusz Świercz game. Before it was French defense. c6, queen e1, and f6, ef. So he was afraid of that center, of the pressure in the center. Ef, knight f6, h3.
Oh, because we've seen it and we were talking about f5. That's the game?
Yes, that's the game. We were talking about f5. It's here f5 by black, or to play f6 slower, and we are thinking how to play with white. And that's one of the options. Now, of course, black wants to play on g4, take this bishop, a pair of bishops, which would be really, really good for him.
So he played
h3. h3, king h1 is not possible because of knight g4, and the white bishop would have to stay in the place because he cannot play bishop g1 because of rook f4. With a great advantage for black. That's why h3, but h3 gives some
weaknesses
on g3 and f4. a6. What is it about? Maybe he didn't want to allow bishop b5 in the next move, because then the light squared bishop of black would be alone on that board, and no good place can be found for him in my opinion. That's maybe because of that black has played a6, rook d1 and queen c7 now. Quite interesting position. a3, bishop d6, g3. Look.
Is it safe for our king, for our white king?
So you like 7, so I can see.
What did you say?
That you're a fan of 7, so because he's playing with white, and said, how about our king?
Because we are
gotcha.
we are sitting here and we are white. That's why I said our.
Okay, let's put it that way.
Okay.
How about now?
Okay.
How about their king? Alright, never mind. g3. Alright, I think black will develop with bishop d7, rook a e8, and in some moment he will take on d4 and they play e5. The weakness on h3 will be quite weak as weaknesses. Yeah?
Dangerous.
Yeah. I think we should make a short break, and after about 5 to 10 minutes we'll be back. If you have any questions, please write on our Facebook page, www.facebook.com/chess2014. We'll see you in a few minutes.
inne myślisz?
Nie, czy wiesz, from 16 countries all over the world, czy from all over the world?
I tak jest dobrze.
Okej.
To tak jest prawnie.
Okej. Wierzycie?
Jesteście dobrze słyszałem.
Bardzo mnie to cieszy.
Łukasz Turlej, bardzo się mu podobał motyw z odwróceniem szachownicy.
Wiem, no też mówił, że takie zabawne to było.
To co?
Welcome back to the live video broadcast of the World University Chess Championship, which take place here in Katowice in Poland. Over 72 people from all over the world, from 16 countries, are playing here. There are 14 grandmasters in the men's section, 5 international masters, and in the women's section, 3 women grandmasters, 1 men international master, and 8 women international masters. So really those tournaments are really strong. Okay, let's come back to the comments.
Oh, Marcin, wait,
Yeah?
because you're asking me some questions all the
All right.
time, and let me ask you some
All right.
questions. Tell me, how do you
Fire
like?
away.
Tell me, how do you like commenting?
It's the
Games.
first time I do it online. I do it live, so you know. But I'm not quite stressed. I think. Of course, I'm aware of the fact that I make a lot of mistakes, but I do my best really. And sometimes, as far as I know, I didn't use the proper words. But that's online. That's live.
And aren't you tired after 4 hours? About 4 hours commenting?
You know, I didn't feel very tired yesterday in the afternoon after finishing commenting, but in the morning I couldn't wake up. I really had to take 10 minutes nap, which I usually don't do. So it's quite exhausting, but it's really good fun, I think.
That's good for you. And how do you like cooperation with Lawrence Trent?
He's very good. He's well prepared every time, and of course, I like his accent. I will not have ever such an accent in my life in any language but Polish.
Because he's a native speaker, right?
Yes, he is.
He's British.
Probably. And it is a very good opportunity for me to comment with such a well-prepared person, very calm and very nice person.
Okay.
All right.
Thank
So
you.
let's get back to
Okay,
the
let's
tournament. Yes. Let's see the very interesting game of. I was now at the playing venue and looking at something really interesting, really some tactics and so on. And only one game was found by me, game of our representative Klaudia Kulon, who is playing against Tatiana Kličková. So we were somewhere here, and now it's a surprise for me that Klaudia didn't want to play knight e4 I was talking about, and she chose knight d7. Of course, the whole idea is to play f6 now, and just to exchange the pawns, exchange the very good pawn on e5. Of course, the opponent didn't want it, and bishop f4, f6 and e6. It's very good move, I think. It's a sacrifice of a pawn, but I think it's some kind of your style, e6.
Yeah, you're right. I like sacrificing pieces.
For attack and
attack, yes. we do,
h4, yeah?
Yes.
And black's king is really in a severe problems now. Bishop c8, I don't like this. Already I don't like such a position for black, because all my pieces are almost at the starting position, especially 4 of them here. And the king is home alone, actually.
It looks like she wanted to play the next game.
Yes, start the next game, yeah? h5, f5, of course, after g5, h6, or queen g4 is really hard for black. I think after g5 I can choose queen on g4, and I cannot take on f4 because of h6, as you can see. And the threat is also queen f5 now. And king is really in a tough situation. That's why f5, but still hg, hg, and the next piece comes into attack. Claudia will have to sacrifice an exchange, and yes, she did it. Bishop e6, knight g5, queen d7, knight queen f2. Of course, the main threat is to go on h2, h7, and then exchange the last defender of Black's king, dark squared bishop, on g7, and it will be already done. That's why rook f6 was probably the only move. Bishop e5, king f8. Run away, man. Come on. Bishop f6, ef, knight f3, knight c6, knight h4. Still, it's very uncomfortable position for black, because white will play for sure
g4?
g4, yes. Of course, I want to strike those pawns, make them weaker, yes. And look at the difference in the position of white and black's king. White king cannot be attacked anywhere, anyhow, and the black one is really in a great pain, I think. So I think further it will be very hard for Claudia to carry on. Okay. Where are we now? What was the first ball?
Fominik was the first? Yes, right.
Okay.
Fominik and the Mongolian player.
What's her name? You read it quite easily last time. Let's change.
Batkuyak.
Let's see.
That's her name.
Is her
And
first
her
name.
surname is Munguntur.
All right.
I'm not sure if I haven't played with her. Maybe I've played against her.
When? Where?
When I was about 16 years old.
So 4 years ago, almost.
Thank you. That's a compliment.
All right. And what do you remember? What have you done?
I remember I
result?
lost, unfortunately.
Oh, come on. What a pity. All right, let's look what has happened. We were somewhere here, I think. Not farther, for sure. Of course, white's knight goes from d1 to f2 to protect e4 pawn. Square, sorry, not pawn, square. After cd, knight d4. If black plays knight c5, for example, white is prepared already and plays knight f2. Of course, I protect e4 square, and it's quite okay for white. The game is knight d4, bishop d4, knight c5, knight f2, just as I told you. f5. So I want to come there. And now b4 and knight e4, knight e4, de, c3, queen c7, queen e3, knight, bishop d5, a4, which is very, very nice for white, I think, because now, although in the end games this pawn will be very, very good, and now, but just for now, it's not so easy.
And then,
okay.
And you think he's going to play bishop c4 now, and
just to exchange the bishops, yeah, white squared bishops.
Yeah.
Yes, because
and to block this field c4.
How about bishop c4? Yeah. All right, and then, for example, I'll take, and a5. All right. Meanwhile, we have a guest from Suriname, Zamagia Kar. Please come in.
Yes, thank you.
Come here. You won your game in 14 moves, as far as I know.
Yes, it was a little bit quickly.
It's great. Let's see it. Where can it be? Where did you?
The last one, I think. Yes.
All right. Let's look at it. You were black. E4, C5, knight C3. So the closest Sicilian.
Yep.
Knight C6, G3. Let's look after the opening bishop E4. All right. You wanted to play you didn't want to play g6?
No, that wasn't my idea. I just wanted to play d6 and then bishop e6, bishop e7. And
All right. So you didn't want to make a Katowice, yeah?
no,
All right.
I
And
just wanted to attack on the king side.
all right. Was it prepared at the room, or just during the game came up with such an idea?
No, I was prepared against e4. That was
Alright.
my expectation.
All right. So you did have time to prepare yourself, although
Yes.
there were only about 2 hours, or maybe not
Yes,
more.
a little bit.
Cool. Knight g2, knight d4. Of course, I don't like knight g2.
No,
Yeah.
that was a really bad move.
Probably he should have played f3. It doesn't look very nice.
No, that I thought he would play it, but he would make his bishop then not that active. So
Yes, but of course, then I would like to go farther f4 to put that
Yes.
pawn, but I will have to do it calmly. Oh, but okay, knight e2, I don't like really. Knight d4, and here one can see that you are already
yes.
much better.
Yes.
All right, let's see how was it further. h5, yeah,
Mhm.
cool style. You cannot play h3 and take because of the mate. h3, queen d7. So h3 was still a mistake, I think. Was the second
Yes.
mistake.
Yes, yes.
Queen d7.
Trying to open up the position.
Perfect. Yeah, really, I like it because this attack is really looking dangerous and he
Mhm.
cannot do anything. Actually.
No, everything
Already?
is yes.
Look, all the pieces, we've done 10 moves, yeah, not more.
Mm.
And black pieces are prepared to kill the white king, but white doesn't know how to defend.
Yes.
Okay, let's look further. Bishop f3. Oh, for sure,
Yes.
something will occur here. GH, queen 1. Okay, after GH you will play queen g4, yes? With
Yes.
mates.
Yes.
Right here, queen e1. It was further, knight g4.
Yes. And
Ow. Cool style, I must say. Really, I'm impressed.
Yeah.
Nice attack, yeah? Alright. Anna, would you like to ask some questions to our guest?
Oh yeah. How do you like Katowice?
it's really nice. The people out here are really friendly, and I also like the weather. It's not that hot and that cold, so it is. I love it here.
Did you have time to go to the city center?
Yes, we went 2 times to the mall and look around, and I think it's really fun.
And how do you like championships?
It's really tough, I must say. The players are really strong players, and it is an honor for me to participate and try to do my best.
And I'm interested, what about your travel? How long did you travel to get here?
First, I went from Suriname to Netherlands, and that is about 9 hours. After that, I stayed at Netherlands about 5 hours because I had to came here, and from there on, I went to Frankfurt. I think half an hour, and from Frankfurt to here then.
Oh, that's a long trip.
Yes,
I
it
feel
was
sorry for you.
almost the whole day.
Unbelievable.
So we wish you good luck
Yeah.
and a nice day here in Poland.
And such games.
Mhm.
Play much more of them. It would be nice to come.
Yes, yes, yes. I will try my best.
Alright, do your best. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
See you.
Okay.
Alright, let's get back maybe to the women competition. How about it?
Yeah,
Alright.
let's see.
Let's
Girls.
switch it a moment to girls section. So how about the board number 1, women's section?
Maria Fominik plays black black, and our Mongolian friend is white. Let's see. It was a French defense. We were somewhere about 18 move.
Yeah, so
Do you
let's
remember?
move further. Yeah.
Okay.
We were here, I think. We stopped here. Bishop d5, a4, bishop c4. So it's your move that was done. Before bishop c4. It's quite interesting idea. Just
And you said something about a5,
A5,
and
yeah.
it was.
so we're not so bad
played.
at, I think.
Yeah.
Even though you didn't play for 3 years from now, you still see something.
Thank you.
Rook f8. Of course, the threat is to play bishop d4 and rook d4, and white will have to do something about it. Of course, queen e3 would be good enough to protect the bishop on d4, and still I think that it's a good thing for white.
So you prefer white?
Yes, rather white, rather white. But of course, black has some good sides also, because if you do manage to go to the endgame, pawn endgame, you will win. But of course, it's not so easy to exchange, for example, bishops, yeah? And only one file is open, and it's d file, which is actually closed by bishop on d4, yeah? So it's a quite interesting position.
And I think black is going to have some weaknesses in her position. For example, on the queen side.
On b6, yeah?
Yeah.
For example.
And at the same time, king is a little lonely, don't you think?
But there is no attack there.
There is no, but there aren't many pieces there. So if I'm interested in attack, and I put some pieces there,
yeah, maybe.
it would be hard to protect.
All right, but let's see. What about AB and queen b5 immediately?
Yeah, that's better than attacking the king.
Yeah, the weakness on b6 may be very, very important, very influent when evaluating this position. I think it's not so good for black now. Bishop on e7 doesn't make anything, and I think that player plays on the first board with white. Only international master in women competition will do it, and black will be in really bad position and very strange. And very.
She has to play rook a b8, right?
Yeah, probably,
and I will play
a6. Yeah, and it is forced. It is a forced line. Maybe now rook d5 is good. What do you think? Maybe it's the only move. Queen a4. Still, white is better, I think. a5 is open, and you know, only white can do something there. Maybe even I don't have to play. Okay, I have to play queen b5 just to get rid of the rook from a file. Rook a6 and rook e5. I have to go on a4, so it's not so easy. I thought it would be easier for white. Here I couldn't go on e2 because of bishop b4, of course, and bishop on e4 hangs. Maybe it's the idea of black of defense this position. Without rook d5 and bishop b4, it would be really tough task to do something.
So did we have to play, again I'm saying we, because we are sitting by white.
Okay.
Did white have to play queen b5? Couldn't we play queen e3?
But after queen e3, oh, you just want to take an exchange. I cannot play b5. I would love to play b5, but I just cannot. I still have to protect that pawn. Look, it's much better move than queen b5, because I don't know what to do actually. Maybe I will have to take on a1. Rook will take there, of course, and I will have to play rook b8 with the idea of playing after rook a6 to play b5.
That looks much better than the previous version.
Yeah.
Now we are going to play rook a6.
Rook a6, and after b5,
there is a7.
You can even take on e6,
oh.
which can be quite double-edged because of rook a8, and I can get some initiative for the pawn. Let's call it sacrifice, but it wasn't actually.
Really?
Or maybe here I can play bishop. I have to play bishop d8 just to protect, but still I don't like this position. Even queen e2 and queen a2 with the idea of putting a king on the queen side. f2, e1, d1 is quite a long turn, but still I think
What do you think about b5 and then in future c4, c5, something like this?
Just now b5 I don't think it works out because of queen c4 and you cannot protect your pawn, yes.
No,
that's why queen e2 at first. But still it would be a good plan, I think. Just to push the pawn on b5, then queen on stand with the queen on a2 and to make some use of a file. Of course black will have to play king f7 after, for example, let's say queen e2. I will prepare myself, not yet because I cannot play because of queen h5, yeah, immediately, but I will prepare myself, for example, with g6, and my idea would be to play king f7 and after rook a7, for example, rook b7. I would like to exchange the rooks, but still we can see that only white is playing for win, yes? Black is already defending himself. So it's very, very unpleasant for black. Alright, let's move to the second board where Claudia Kulan had to give an exchange. And I think instead of long castle it was better to play g4 immediately. Just strike immediately, and I don't know why didn't she do it. Maybe she was afraid of something I cannot see.
Rook e8.
Rook e8. Okay, gf. CD
maybe.
All right, let's go further.
Knight d4. I'm too optimistic, I think.
Okay, so maybe I'll even try to make a long castle here, just to protect my king. Bishop h6 doesn't work because of knight g6 check and rook h6, yeah?
Oh, yes, you're
so
right.
Maybe you're a little bit too optimistic. I know you want to kill me in this position, but we will have to wait a moment. Maybe during a break, you'll have such an opportunity. But okay, g4. I don't like long castle. Always the motive with bishop h6 will be stopped with this knight g6 check, and then it's not good for black. Okay, castle, knight g7. So Claudia did manage to support pawn g6, and g4 doesn't work now. Oh, we can see her now, I think. She's thinking. Alright, so let's look at the position she's thinking about. The time is very important, maybe a very important factor in that game. White has got 1 hour and 12 minutes and black only 35 minutes, so it's really tough for black to play. And look, king b1, c4, bishop c2, b5, attack finally, g4. I think she should have played it before, and the only move is to take, and e4. White wants to open the position a little bit for his rooks, open some files. It's also quite interesting.
Was it necessary, e4? Wasn't there... g4 I think it was a good move. But then e4?
g4 was okay, yes.
In my opinion.
Okay, I take and?
And e4, is it good?
I think so, because if not, I will play f5 with black. I will just, close the center and I will push my pawns on...
Oh, yeah, I forgot about f5.
f5, then a5 and then b4, and I push pressure on that king, yeah? I think g4 is strictly connected with e4 idea.
Yeah,
but still I think it's not bad for Claudia in this position. Maybe she can play something like rook b8, for example, just to get out of the attack on the long diagonal. But on the other hand, rook b8 may not be so good as I thought at first. No, not e8. Because of ed, and I cannot take on d5 because of queen g3, which attacks both pawn on g4 and the rook here. And if I do something with that rook, for example rook d8, I'll take on g4, and the king may still be attacked by white. So e4, such a position, I think I don't know whether black Claudia made a move now. DE, alright, bishop e4 for sure, and rook has to run away. Rook e8. I don't like this move. It doesn't give enough space for a king to escape. And now after d5, an obvious threat is to play d6 and take on g6. How do you think, can Claudia do something about it?
What about f5?
Yeah, probably it will be the only move now. To what now? Maybe d6 is the idea. Look, it's very unpleasant. You cannot take on e4 because of de, and you just lose.
Oh, and d6.
Check. Queen e7 and king knight g6. Huh? That's the point. Maybe that I think it's the point of white. Maybe I'm obliged to play queen d6 as the only move. Once more, I would like to emphasize that Claudia's time is much worse than her opponent, and she's really in a big trouble, I think. It's not an easy game. It's not an easy position to be played.
And I can take on a7.
As maybe it's the only thing I can do with black. After f5, for example, I would like then to play b4 and to create some attack, some pressure on the white king.
But you've got only one rook, so I don't know if that would be easy.
Yes, of course it won't. But with the coordination with that bishop, with the co-worker, as the bishop might be
It's
quite,
opened now.
yeah.
I haven't seen.
After f5 b4, I would like to open the long diagonal for a bishop. That's why maybe taking on a7.
Yeah, maybe that wasn't the best.
But what else to do?
It's a pity we don't. White hasn't got a white bishop, dark bishop.
Black squad bishop, yeah? Yes, it's a pity, but still, exchange up. You cannot have everything in life. Black's idea is simple, to play f5 and just b4 and attack the white king.
And we cannot prevent f5, so
Maybe
I
we'll have to...
I would take on a7.
a7, alright.
Or maybe you have some other idea.
Not really. I was thinking about rook hf1 just to take on f5 at first knight and then with a bishop. Just to open everything, but it's not working.
No, you want to sacrifice pieces.
Just give back some pieces. Just to open, but it doesn't work out because knight f5, gf, bishop f5, knight f5, queen f5, and of course queen g6 is not allowed due to the pinning of king and bishop. So here black would have to play rook e7. I think it's sufficient for black. Maybe queen c8 and make a pre-fold repetition. Huh? If I don't see anything else, I think it would be good for white, because black cannot play, for example, queen e5. I think because queen e7. I thought at first about queen e7 because of d6. Yeah, and this pawn is really strong and fast, and it's already a disaster for black. He loses. Yes, so probably rook e7 will be the only move.
And what about taking on g4? Is it too risky?
I think so. Pair of bishops is pair of bishops.
But we have a very nice pawn on d5.
King e8. You cannot take, of course, on g7.
Queen c8.
Okay.
Check.
Checkpoint. Queen d8.
Queen c6.
Queen c6. This is also quite unpleasant for black. Maybe the best result Claudia can do is to make a draw. And still, it's not so easy. But I think it won't be a bad idea just to get rid of those 3 pawns for a piece, just to open king of black. But okay, let's move further to the board number 3, where Juliana Terrales from Brazil is playing against Lydia Tomnikova from Russia. And now it was quite a calm opening. We are talking about the rook on a7, as you remember. Knight c3. I think c4 is more tempting for me. just to put a pawn before the knight. Knight c3, castle, rook e1. It's quite common game, yeah? Something different than Claudia's style. But Claudia's style is really sharp, that's why I'm not surprised about it. Bishop f5, ef. I think it's quite an odd decision to take with a pawn. Yes, black played queen b4 and forced white to exchange on e8. And now just want to get rid of double pawns on c file. I think this, as many endgames, this one also has some drawish tendencies. Maybe it's my most used words in here. I think black will have to make a little hook for a king someplace after h6. So I think after knight d5, queen d5.
I can't see any weaknesses in black's position.
CD, sorry, AB. Maybe the pawn structure is one, yeah? Just.
Okay, but I will play rook e1.
Okay, rook e1, I'll take it.
And then I will take on f2.
You cannot, because your king will be mated in one move. So
Sorry,
it's not so easy. It's not so easy, yeah?
I forgot.
Alright. So I think that here black will have to play h6, something like that. With the idea of exchanging and just this queen's endgame will be something around equality about draw. So if white wants it, he will do it. The difference between the ratings of opponents isn't very large. It's even very small actually. So I think it can be finished in that way, don't you think?
Yeah.
What would you do if you were white now?
Let me think.
Right.
The position is
not so
easy. Maybe I would like to wait for some mistakes of black, so I would play king h2.
King h2.
Nothing happens, and we'll see.
The regular I will take on g3,
AB,
and just queen c5, for example. It's very common, you know.
Are there any threats? No,
not yet.
There aren't.
I want to play h6, improve the position of my rook, maybe by rook e5 or something like that.
So now I don't like the position.
Maybe g4 is the solution.
g4?
Yep.
When the queen and rook are present?
Yep.
On the board?
King goes on g2, there is no bishop. That would be very dangerous there. So I can open the long diagonal, and I would like to push g5 also. It might be a threat also after h6. I cannot play h4 due to cb and the pawn on g4 hangs. But I don't have to do it, yeah? So I can just step by step go king g2 and so on. Maybe an engine would show a really slight advantage of white due to the pawn structure, which is a little bit better for white, but nothing more. I think it will be a draw. Okay, let's move to the next board of Marta Bartel against Dink. Sorry for this little break. So,
I'm sorry, I have to leave right now because I have some duties at my media office.
all right.
I wish you good luck.
Okay, as a
Have a
replacement
nice
we
day.
have, thank you very much for your help. And as a replacement we have a grandmaster, local grandmaster from Katowice, Krzysztof Burski. Welcome. Hi.
Hi.
Take a seat here, I think, wherever you want actually. So,
Hello everyone.
so tell us about your great success from 2 years ago. Maybe somebody doesn't know it. From Gimaresh.
Yeah, in the Katowice, in the same event I made silver medal.
Yes, 2 times
Yeah.
actually. We are also in the team, so we won the
Yeah.
second place as a team, and Krzysztof was the second place, and just after Bóg Xiangzi, yeah? So it was the two first people were Bubulski. So why don't you play now, this year?
I have to add that Marcin had the bronze medal.
Of course, I told it yesterday. So.
Yesterday, today, tomorrow.
Yes, every day I will emphasize it. All right. So why don't you play now, this year?
Because I'm not a student.
Uh-huh.
I finished my studies 2 years ago, so it's the end, unfortunately.
So what do you do now for living?
I'm an informatic.
Informatic, but
And
still,
programming.
but still a grandmaster and playing your.
Yeah, I'm playing and
So-
I train from time to time.
But yourself or somebody else? Do you train yourself, or are you work as a
a
coach
little
of somebody?
myself and also as a coach?
All right, cool.
But okay, work is in the first place.
Mm-hmm,
And I think I will play. I will never give up playing chess.
Yeah, it's just like a hobby and some
Yeah.
kind of addiction, yeah, for us.
And I can meet such great people like you in the tournaments.
I'm going to be red in a moment. Tell me, what do you think about the organizers, the organization of this tournament? How do you find it? Have you been in the playing area?
Yeah, I was at the playing area. Yeah, the organization is very good. Quite big hall. I don't know anything about the food, but I'm sure that it's also
It's very
quite
good.
well. Yeah, the place is also fine. The hotel is new. I
Mhm.
think the players will be happy.
Yeah, I think it's
place.
better. Actually, it's better conditions than we had in
In
Gimaresh.
In Gimaresh,
It
it
was-
was horrible.
It was quite a good tournament, of course. People were very nice also, but the conditions, especially living
Yeah.
conditions, weren't the best I've ever seen, to be honest.
Yes.
Have you looked at the results of this tournament?
A little, but not so much.
Yeah.
Were there some
There are-
surprises or something?
Yes, in the last round there was. Sorry, I have to find it. But look, only 4 players in the men's section have 100% of points. So
After 2 rounds.
yeah,
That's a
already after 2
surprise.
rounds. Yes, but look, on the first board, 2 grandmasters already in the second round met. So it's really a strong tournament. The
Yes.
biggest surprise in the men's section was board number 3, where Alexander Shimanov from Russia lost against Evandro Amorim Barbosa from Brazil. And in the women's section, it's a pity, but the biggest surprise in the second round was that our player Marta Bartel lost against Lidia Tomnikova, starting number 11. And now, she's got a really not very nice prize for losing, because she's playing against top seed Ding 16. So I think it's not very nice for her. All right. Could you help me
Yeah.
with position?
Yeah, she made a great result in the Olympic.
Yeah, Marta, yeah?
Yeah, in the Olympic tournament.
Yes, all
2
right.
days ago.
So should we move to the women's section? In a moment we'll see Marta's position. All right, I'll just, yeah, we are here. What do you think of it? You play d4 yourself, so how do you find this position for white?
The pawn on e5 may be weak in the future. It's quite risky for white.
Mm-hmm.
In the end game, it may be the most important factor.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
But
yeah. And the
maybe there are
white
some-
bishop is actually not
Yeah.
playing because of this
Yeah.
very strong pawn structure f7 e6, and maybe Marta should try to improve the position of a bishop. But I think black doesn't have any problems after opening. Yeah?
Yes, yes, yes. The knight is not so good on d7.
Mm.
Queen c6 looks nice, but there,
To force,
to force f3. But
maybe
there
I
is
can play queen
queen
g4.
or knight d5. Knight
Oh,
d5.
knight d5. Ooh,
d5.
it's really unpleasant.
Yeah.
Yeah, you cannot play queen c6.
Yeah.
No? I think you should play rook a8 or something like that. Yeah, and the threat of sorry b4 occurs now. But still, and I have one more question about quite an interesting game of Claudia Coulon.
Cool.
Coulon, yeah,
Our star.
our star. Yeah. And here, d5 f5. Yeah,
Oh,
that's quite an interesting thing.
white is exchange up.
Yes,
Yeah.
for 2 pawns. Yeah,
For 2 pawns, d6, knight g8.
and d6. After d6, she couldn't take on e4, of course, because of the e. Knight g8, bishop d5. I think Claudia is a really big troubles. I think
Okay, after knight e4, it's so bad.
queen f4. Yeah,
Queen f4.
how about it?
Okay, knight e4, let's say.
Let's say knight e4, right? Rook h f1. I would like just to take on g4.
Maybe b4,
Maybe even. Yeah, okay.
d4, but then queen g4.
And I will have to take. I will like to take on
Yeah.
f5 with a
It's-
knight. Yeah, it's very risky
Yeah.
for black. I don't like this position.
Yes,
being
it's
honest.
bad.
Look, it has started with a stone wall opposite sides. Yeah,
By white.
by the white. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but it's not
And
fancy to play
here-
by black.
I think you should play knight e4.
Yeah, knight e4 is principal.
More principle. Here knight d7, bishop f4, and all the problems started here.
Ah.
Doesn't look very nice, is
Yeah,
it?
it looks really bad.
Here, and the only possibility of Claudia that she did was to sacrifice an exchange,
Yes.
and it all has started as it all has begun here.
Okay, here it looks very bad for black.
But d5 only possibility to and g4. Really, I don't like this position with black. That's why I don't. I think that white should be okay because I don't see any improvement of a game of white of Tatiana Klichkova. 6, bishop, knight g8, bishop d5, in such a position occurred. Oh, here I think queen f4 is a game, I believe.
Maybe knight e4, rook h f1, and king g8, for example.
But it hangs on g6 also.
It's king g6.
Still nothing special because, of
Maybe
course,
bishop f6.
now here,
But there is queen h6.
here yes, rook
Yeah,
h
rook
f1, but
Yeah,
yeah,
but,
and after bishop f6 we have
Queen h6.
not very
Yeah,
nice.
black is faster. Rook g8.
Rook g8 still, yeah.
Then bishop g5 is a threat.
It's not a trap actually, because I can
Yeah,
run away, escape from it, but still,
b4
it's-
is threatening. Yeah, it's not so
it's
clear.
still playable, yeah. I think so too. Maybe I should have to. I should just sacrifice a piece just to get rid of those pawns.
Rook
Think of
g6, maybe rook g6.
g6, yeah.
But okay, the initiative.
It's in white's hand, yeah,
Yeah.
for sure. All right. So, do you have any in your life? Of course, I'm talking now. Would like to come back to you. Do you have any aims in chess? Because okay, you're working. You're already a grandmaster, and even an old grandmaster also almost. So
Yeah, it's possible that some guys from my clubs is looking at this interview. So I have to say that I have a lot of aims. And my goals are really high.
all right.
To be honest, I'm working, and it's hard to have aims when I play. I'm not playing so often, so
All right.
it's hard to have.
I do understand it.
Say.
You don't have enough time actually,
Yeah, I
yeah.
don't have enough time to play.
For
It's
everything,
the
you have to
biggest
prepare.
problem.
You have to
I can-
prepare
I
yourself.
can
to
prepare
train.
some openings, solve some combinations, but without playing, it's not the same.
Yeah,
But we will see when the league season starts.
All right. I wish you all the best in the
Yeah,
leagues.
thank you,
I
and you too.
Keep my finger crossed. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Bye bye. Okay. Let's get back to the men's section. We will be there in a moment. As I said formally already 2 times, I think. Only 4 players have 2 points out of 2 games. And we'll be there in a moment. Now we can see. Oh, me. Oh, hi. So we'll be there in a moment. I will tell a few words about every single game. But for now, we have our guest, a Polish Grandmaster Kacper Piorun. Kacper, please take the microphone, switch it on, yeah, and come here. You have finally won your game. Yes, because it's your first victory, or the?
Yes, it is.
So you made a, put it here, just
Is it on?
Mhm.
Okay.
something like that, yeah, much better. So you made 2 draws, yes? One of them was very lucky in the first round.
Well, both of these shows were really lucky because in both games I had a really bad position.
Mhm.
So
So who
I
was
had
your
more than I expected.
from the position, yeah?
Yes.
So in the round number 2, you made a draw against, well, tell me, the representative of Mongolia, Galmandak Badrak. So it was also you were in favor, yeah. You had white but you didn't manage. What has happened?
Well, after opening, I think I was slightly better. Unfortunately, I missed some plans, and then suddenly I managed to get some troubles. Like even though my opponent stood pawn, it hadn't changed position much because he had huge compensation for the pawn.
So it was still not so good for you, yes?
Yeah, it was whole the time. It was really bad.
All right. Okay, so let's focus on today's game, the one you won. Let's look at it. All right?
Well, it was really bad game because
Come on, don't be don't be shy. Tell the truth.
well, I wanted to play something off the beat. You know, if you play against lower rated opponent,
Much
You
lower, yeah.
you want to avoid theory.
Yeah, of course.
So that's why I played this.
G6 in the first move, yeah?
Yes, and I played this bad variation: c5, d5, bishop takes c3,
Yeah.
b takes c4, f5.
Isn't it too dangerous, in your opinion, to play against weaker players such a position? Because maybe he knows something here.
No, I don't believe it.
All right.
Okay, although I played this variation in Capella Kant this year, and unfortunately my opponent chose the best, in my view, move. Instead of h4. G4 is really interesting.
Here G4, yes?
Yes. If I take
Yeah.
h3,
Yes.
h3.
H. All right. Sorry, my mistake. H3, yeah.
And it's not easy to react. I remember that I played g3, and after f takes g3, I got really bad position after opening, and I was lucky to survive.
All right.
And my opponent was 2300 rated, so
Not so high. Yeah.
yes, not so
You
high.
have played against
Probably instead of g3,
G4,
maybe g takes, sorry, d6 maybe deserves attention, but
yeah?
still it's really complex position.
All right, but it's something else than in the game. Let's focus on the game. All right.
Yes,
H4, knight f6,
h5.
h5. Of course, you cannot take on h5, yeah.
Well, actually, probably I can, but
With a pawn, yeah.
you know,
With a knight.
with my variations calculations still, I didn't want to
Risk it.
Yes,
It was
exactly.
too risky for you. Yeah.
That's why I chose something strong, although
Solid, yeah.
solid, although it's considered as not so good. But okay, he thought, and f3. I was surprised. I
Yeah.
expected something else, even. I don't know, maybe knight f3 is normal.
Yeah, a regular move. Yeah, f3 is
I remember that
quite odd.
I played this variation with white also, and I analyzed some move like queen a4. This is interesting
Yes.
move because normally black side is to play queen a5, d6, and to develop somehow. But
Yeah.
okay, queen e4 is really deserves attention.
All right. Let's look at f3.
But okay, f3. Well,
a5.
it's not too passive because now I have time to
Play d6
develop,
and yeah,
yes.
develop yourself. Yeah.
bishop
Exactly.
g5, knight e7.
Uh-huh.
For a moment, I was afraid of queen e3.
Here.
Yes, with some funny idea. For instance, if I play b6,
Yeah.
then
Queen
I
h6?
can. No. Rook h7.
Rook h7.
Rook h7.
Kasper is a very well known problem solver of chess, so he really finds out such ideas all the time. So I would be surprised by rook h7, but he wouldn't. So maybe
That's why I would have to play something like, I don't know, knight e5, bishop f6, and f4. This is what I was calculating. Although it looks dangerous.
very risky.
Yes, I know.
But what else to do? Yeah,
Yeah, maybe instead of, maybe there's also another move like king d8.
king d8 just to
something
escape. Yeah?
some popularity against rook
Mhm.
h7. And maybe this is normal, but okay, it's still a complex position.
Yeah, it's very complex.
Well, I have now I could play something like knight e5, knight c4. Yes,
After king d8, yeah.
yes, because in this position knight e5, okay, here I'm playing this bishop f6, and in this one, okay, I can simply take ef, and okay, I think it's normal.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a regular thing. All right, let's move to the game. Knight h3,
Okay, knight e5,
knight e5,
queen
queen
c2,
c2, and
and
bishop.
then probably I could take the pawn, but
Mhm.
okay, I didn't want to
Yeah,
walk
you-
into some forced lines.
Yeah, your pieces
Well,
are
I
not
could
developed well, yeah.
Yeah, and I could, well, miss some cheap trick, you know.
Yeah, cheap tricks, yeah. All right, bishop d7, knight f4,
Well,
castle, yeah.
yeah.
So your king is safe now,
Yeah, yes.
and the
I
weaknesses are still remaining.
Yeah, I think that this position is about equal. Okay, he has two bishops, but okay. The position is closed.
All right.
Yeah, so third,
Here,
king
king
f2,
f2,
king b8, king g1, queen d8, and now bishop f6 is bad move, of course.
Oh, yes.
I think you should play rook b1 with idea queen b3 and
Queen b3, yeah.
okay, yes, and probably my opponent was afraid of knight h7,
Yes, but he can.
but
It's
rhythm
possible.
be
Knight h3, yeah.
yeah, rook b1 first. Rook b1,
Rook b1, yeah.
yes.
You have to do something.
Yes, bishop c8, knight e6,
Knight
and
h6.
now I have to be careful because queen g8 may fall into some knight c5. Maybe not now, but
Yeah, but some motives with knight
yes,
c5.
maybe after bishop
Bishop
f4.
f4 at first, yeah.
Yes,
And
and
it can be very, very
Yeah,
dangerous for you.
yes, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe that's why queen b3 was better.
Yes, or rook b1 with the same idea.
Yeah, of course. But he took on f6.
Yeah, and now I think I'm better. Okay, this I could play queen e7, and it was simple because okay, I keep an eye on e3 pawn.
Yeah, also, yeah. Maybe it was a little bit better,
Yes,
more precise, but still,
yes,
queen g8 isn't bad.
yeah, I'm slightly or even much better in this
Yeah,
position.
I do agree. Queen g3, queen h7.
F7, king f2, and okay, g5, and I think now it's bad because
Yeah,
I have some motives like f4.
yeah.
For instance, on knight h3, I can play
Even
f4.
f4, yeah.
yes, f4.
Smash, yeah.
Yes, take queen c2,
Queen c2, the only move
king
would be
g1,
king g1,
queen c3.
queen c3, yes.
And
You're
it's-
perfect.
Yes,
Your knight is much better than this
Yes, of
bishop,
course.
yeah?
yes.
And there are plenty of weaknesses. And your opponent did play knight d3 and
Yeah,
f4. He can
stood
give
up.
up actually, yeah?
No, he played some.
Yeah, but he can give up already,
Yes,
in
yes,
my
of
opinion.
course.
So not so bad game.
No, I mean it was bad. I mean, okay.
Not so many mistakes, come on. I've seen a game in 40 which was, lost in 14 moves with white, so don't be shy.
Well, okay. Recently, I have some pet tournaments, and my target for this tournament is to play well, not to lose on anything.
All right, I do agree. I do understand. All right, how do you find the organization? Have you ever been to such a tournament, world champion, academic championship, or maybe because of course as a solver you were already a world champion, so
Yes, that's true.
so I'm not asking such questions. Have you ever been somewhere else? But have you ever played in a World Championship of Youth maybe? And
Yeah,
what was
yeah.
your best result then?
Yes, my best result was in 2009
Mm-hmm.
when I managed to achieve bronze medal
Oh, under?
in under an 18 classification.
All right. So
Uh,
quite a good result.
Yes, yes.
Not so bad.
But unfortunately, I'm not a junior, so
All right.
I have
Unfortunately.
to compete with.
But you're still a student, so you're still
Yes.
young.
Well, yes.
It's not so bad. All right, Kasper. Thank you for the interview. I would like to invite you once more. Which such nice winning. It wasn't so bad in my opinion. So it's very nice that you were here, and thank you very much. And I wish you luck. Okay. Thank you. And I think now we should take a little break, and after that, I think I will try to say a few words in Polish. Także po przerwie postaram się powiedzieć co nieco o pozycjach po polsku. Mam nadzieję, że w dniach następnych uda się przeprowadzać relacje troszkę po polsku, również żeby było mówione. Mniej więcej postaramy się o każdej pełnej godzinie. Także na razie, do zobaczenia. See ya. Hello back to the live broadcast, video broadcast from the 13th World University Chess Championship. I have a new guest, Grandmaster Alexander Sulepa from Ukraine. Oleg, at first I would like to ask some questions about yourself. Actually, how many different languages do you know?
Several, not so much, like other chess players, like Movsesian or
He's really an expert.
or Navarra, you know. I know I speak okay French, English, some Polish.
Of course, you do it well.
Okay, I understand some German and some little Serbian. But you know, for example, Navarra, I tell good words. I was just arrived from Olympiad in Tromsø, chess Olympiad, and Navarra surprised us completely. He speak very well Ukrainian language.
Really?
He started studying next new language.
Unbelievable.
Yes. I don't know how.
For sure, Czech, he's from Czech Republic, Polish,
speak
German, English, French,
he speaks, yeah.
Spanish.
I think so, yeah.
Yes, Ukrainian now.
Yes, not Ukrainian.
So here we have 7 foreign languages. Yes, 6 foreign languages for him.
I think it's the start of his career.
In politics, even as a translator, maybe.
I was completely surprised because even he dictated, he pronounced very well moves in Ukrainian language. Even Ruslan Ponomarev sometimes, because he lives now in Bilbao, forgot because he is from Russian region. He's not from Russia. He's from this Gorlovka city, completely destroyed today.
Really?
Yes, it's completely destroyed. But he was born, so he's from west part. Most of them speak Russian. Okay, he speak well Ukrainian, but he forgot a little bit some words. But Navarra knows very well.
Better.
Alphabet, everything.
Unbelievable. It's totally different.
So we have good.
Yeah. All right. Let's move back to the tournament. Only 3 games in men's section are 4 I think are being finished, and none of women. And okay, let's look at the first board of men's section, where you is playing against Bukavshin. Already, look, only 4 players after 2 rounds have 100% points result, yeah, and it's unbelievably hard. And 2 GMs play already in the 3rd round, yeah. It's really tough tournament.
Maybe it's system of pairing. What is the system of pairing? Accelerated or normal?
It's what do you mean?
System of pairing. It's normal system.
I don't know. We should ask.
Because if this accelerated, they can play together. GM against GM and weak players against weak players. I mean.
No, I don't think so. It's like that. I think just pairing. There are 14 GMs in the men tournament out of 46 people. So the 2 GMs will play in the 2nd round was already known before, yeah? All right, let's look at the first one. Actually, it's not very interesting because it will be a draw.
You think?
Yes, surely. I'll take on d4 and then, as with a bishop probably, and just the drawish endgame, that draw will be occur, so nothing interesting. So probably the next result will be a draw on the first board. And
how old is you? Is new star or something?
It's hard to say for me. I didn't check it actually. When was he born? We'll know it in a moment. But I know that he made a very good impression on Lorenz Trent. He told me that he was playing against Kramnik, and really it wasn't far away from beating Kramnik and the World Cup. So his date of birth. Year of birth is 1991, but okay, let's look at the second board where Evandro Barbosa, who won the 2nd round, which was a little surprise because he was playing against Shimanov from Russia.
Okay,
so
he is clear favorite, yes, for me.
Yes. And how about Shugirov? Don't you think? Because
Shugirov, Shimanov, yes.
Yeah, okay, but Shimanov lost already the 2nd.
Andreasyan.
Yeah.
They are favorites, I think.
Yes, of course, but Shimanov and Zaben Andrasyan won a medal last year on the Universiade in Kazan. So he's for sure one of favorite. one of the best player here. But Shimanov lost a game already in the second round against this Barbosa, who is playing now against Jan Bernaszek from Czech Republic, and he's pawn up. Do you think it's possible for him to in this position? What do you think about that position?
Compensation, of course.
Yes, we e4 pawn, yes, for example. Yes, okay.
What's the idea? Knight c5.
So knight c5 probably, yeah, I think. And rook b8, yeah?
Rook b6, yeah? So what's the idea?
Maybe rook b8.
Or rook b8, something, yeah?
Yeah, something like that, I think. Which might be quite unpleasant for black.
That's right.
But
So
what else to do, yeah?
I don't know.
What to do? You cannot play rook d8, of course, because I'll take on d7.
No,
Twice.
it's very bad.
Yeah, like with mate actually. I will mate you. So it's not so pleasant for white. For black, sorry. So black is actually it would be also a great surprise that this Evandro
Knight f6, rook b6, yes. Maybe
Yeah.
maybe knight f6 only, I don't know what to do.
Knight f6, yeah. Yeah, probably it might be an only move.
Rook b6, I have maybe queen c4, something.
Something like that.
Some
yeah.
moves. Okay, still is very worse position, of course.
Yeah, much worse position than. Yeah, but still, so it can be a second surprise made by the same guy in the same day, because it's the second round today. They have already played once in the morning. But okay,
It's very difficult to play, so it's now who is better physical.
yeah, exactly. There are 3 double rounds in this tournament, you know. Today, tomorrow, then the day off, and double rounds once more. And let's look at the game which Polish fans are really interested in. Michał Olszewski from Poland is playing against the top seed of the tournament, Sanan Sugirov. And what do you think will happen here?
What's happening? Some Slav. Or,
Yeah,
Slav
some kind
with
of Slav. Yeah, it turned out to be a Slav
with g6.
with g6.
So,
Yeah, transposition. Yeah, yeah, and then with the transposition to green full defense. Yeah.
Knight a6, sorry.
No, knight a6. Yeah,
What is this? Knight a6. Okay.
I thought about rook c, knight
okay,
c6. Yeah,
No, there are cd4, dc4. Okay, there are a lot.
No, that's
knight
more,
a6
yeah.
is strange. Okay.
a3 against knight d4, of course, and just like an isolated pawn occurred. Yeah,
Passive, but okay, knight bishop.
not so bad. Yeah, the path on a6, c7, d5 is quite good against isolated pawn. Yeah,
Yes, black is.
black is, I think, okay.
So bishop e6.
Okay. Some draw. There are as many times drawish tendencies here. Rook c3. Maybe here. Okay, it was too wide. All right. Something like that. How to say?
So what?
It's now.
Before
it's the position.
hanging and b2.
But I can,
Some
of
tactical
course.
problems.
Yes, but how about I cannot play d5. It's a pity because of rook d5, ed. I thought, or maybe I can.
Why not check?
Yeah,
The
maybe.
active rook something.
Yeah.
Maybe
Queen d4, yeah.
Maybe look drawish.
It looks drawish, but
Even even some
chances for white, I think. Queen
No.
will be centralized really well after
no,
king g8.
taking queen d5. Now I'm okay.
Yeah, but because it was a check,
So
yeah?
d5 you mean d5 in
Maybe
queen take b2.
b2, all right.
Queen d4.
Queen d4.
Strange position, yeah.
Yeah, king has to escape because there is a threat of rook e2,
King g8. Yes.
king g8,
But
yes.
it's everything is hanging.
Yes, and I cannot play d6 because I'll just
Bad
take it,
position,
yeah?
bad position.
So maybe here d5 wasn't a good idea of mine. What else to do?
So
How about queen b3 now?
if I take, you have
How
you want
about
to
rook
put
c7, yeah? On the
concern,
7th rank,
yes.
yeah. Which
Well,
means very,
logical.
very unpleasant for you.
But I will put also mine in one maybe. The final position. I don't know.
Here,
Take, rook d1. What's
rook
this?
d1. Very. It's starting to be sharp position actually. Of course, I can make a draw by
Take.
Take on f7, it's a draw, yeah?
No, it's okay, it's okay. If you have this, why not?
Maybe, but I think about winning this position with white already. Maybe some queen f3.
And king g3, I miss this. And rook f8 first.
Rook f8, yes, we have to do it.
But king h2, yes, king h2 simply. Okay. No, take rook h1.
h1, yeah, it's very
Check.
unpleasant.
No, you can play king h2 or something.
King h2 now, but you will take on b2.
Rook.
It's
Strange position.
But still something like, okay, here black is winning, yes, actually, probably. Okay, I can come back actually, but it's still some tendencies for a draw, as I told you, mostly in these type of endgames.
Yes, but okay, all sides should be accurate. Yes.
Accurate, yeah, very precise. Yeah, now. All right, the one of
this is rook.
it was a French defense.
This is modern, so modern b6.
And here, I don't know.
This Iveta playing first time against Kosin. So
Really?
Even I created this move. Okay, I remember this. After rook, cancel was cancel in b6. But okay, this is possible modern. Okay.
It's well.
Okay.
No.
Now I saw if some fantastic idea knight b1. It's idea
Really?
c3. Yes.
Here?
Yes, in the Olympiad I saw. Knight b1 is c3 idea. No, it's logical. c3 and knight bd2 and then.
Quite
Interesting,
tricky,
eh?
yeah, quite interesting.
No, so, black take on d4. It was.
Yes.
It's some,
Knight
I don't remember.
took, yeah.
Yes, take. Something knight. Yes, something knight c5. Something.
Something
But
like
maybe
that.
white is better. Why not?
Yeah.
I prefer white. It's a little better.
It was just like in the game from this round, you know, in the women's section.
So check.
Not here, not this one, but in the women's section. Okay, but let's focus on this one.
f6.
Yeah,
so
f6. Yeah. Because queen e1, I don't know. Maybe.
Queen e1 is possible. Yes.
Yes, of course it is possible.
This
Almost every move is possible, but is it good?
One of my idea. Queen f6. Okay. And what's happened? Take.
Rook.
Knight take.
h3 because of knight
Should be
g4.
okay for black. Okay. 6.
a3, bishop d6, g3, knight e7, knight bishop d3,
With
c4.
c4, I don't know.
It's very double-edged decision, yeah.
No, the main idea to keep tension for black in this variation. So I don't know. c4 is very
You have to really calculate very hard.
If you have no idea behind, so b5 or what's c4, b5 and e5, I don't know.
Yes,
maybe.
Black. But what else to do? Yeah, maybe
if I-
bishop d7 actually to improve your pieces. Yeah, might be a good idea.
Yes, bishop d7, but is knight g5. It's bishop d7, but problem pawn is maybe even.
Of course, after knight g5, I have some pawns.
Okay, knight g5 is nothing because there are no threat
threat,
for you.
yeah? Or maybe bishop f2 is a
But
threat.
okay, bishop. I will play, for example, bishop b2 is.
cd and then
Maybe.
bishop c5 might be quite interesting, I think.
But you have time. Let's him play bishop f2. Maybe some moves like b5,
And
king
on
h8.
King h8, for example.
Maybe
yeah?
something. Bishop f2 and after take. What's his position?
Do I have to take? Maybe.
Yes.
Yeah, I have to. Alright, and now bishop c5. Huh?
5. Yeah, something. Interesting.
Yeah, quite interesting. Something else. Yeah, c4 is very. You have to be sure that it's okay if you want to play such a
C4,
move in French defense. Yeah, b5, knight e5, rook b8, g4.
Yes, g4. Yes. If there are no mate,
Black is
happy.
happy. Yes. If there is, he loses.
Take knight. Okay, I prefer white in this position, of course.
Still, black has some. Oh, e6 pawn is really
I'm going to
weak.
put knight f8 on him. So queen to b6. Okay. Maybe it's not.
Not so bad, yeah.
Maybe if he
h4 against this bishop.
So-
So this is the position now.
b3 or what? b3, c3, bishop.
b3,
Bishop
yeah.
b3, I can put queen.
I think b3 is now actually forced. Like it's forced because if not, then I play h5. Yeah, very unpleasant. Or maybe rook f8, for example. Yeah, just to put a bishop on f5.
Maybe black is okay.
Yeah, Because that French bishop isn't already a French
No,
bishop,
it's
it's a
okay.
regular one, yeah?
If bishop is out, yes.
And even b3, c3 can be interjected, and then bishop d3, for example, yeah? Quite interesting game. h4, and now he's thinking, all right, I think we should move to Darek's Świercz against Nezen Marko.
Better, of course.
Yeah, this position
The
is
idea is
a little better. King
he
h1.
wait for b5. That's good.
But
E7.
the opponent doesn't want to do it. And what about after b5? What will happen after b5?
b5.
Let's
Military, I mean.
Is it so good for white, black, to play b5?
But problem is, no, just knight e3.
93, yeah?
I just prepare e4.
F4.
Maybe knight g4 you will play something.
Yeah, g4 and f4, yeah.
e4, knight to go into h6, and this is main idea actually. Because what we would do is this b5.
Yeah. Yeah, really, it's just weak, yeah? Those pawns are just weak. So 93 and
But
some
even a6 is move. I don't like this move.
a6.
A6. Yes.
When was it done?
So he played.
Oh, here.
h8.
b3, yeah?
Do you like this move?
I don't like it because it's weak. It gives a weak pawn. Of course, black's idea is probably to play b5 to do something because he cannot stay in one place. It's very unpleasant position for black because you make one weakness or two weaknesses and then you are out of game. So it's really annoying to stay. But okay, what else to do? f6, for example, yeah.
f6.
It's not a pleasant position still.
Even e4 can play now because take queen, take e4 and c7.
After b3 is okay. f6. No.
No, the usual problem knight on e6, but his knight is on d7, so white clearly better.
Yes, because if he managed to come
Yes,
here on
yes.
d4, it would be okay, yeah? But here on d7, it
It's
doesn't
late.
seem... Yeah, now it's too late. Okay, so, but a6, it doesn't seem a good move.
Rook e7, okay, so
Okay,
mysterious move.
Oh, he waits. He waits.
Wait, yes.
But
So if yes, you want to protect his pawn on f7, this is the idea. Take knight e5 or something, I know, take, maybe.
you
Take
cannot
and,
take, you cannot go there because of
because knight on
on
b6.
b6, yeah, hangs on
So
b6.
you see, yeah. So what is the idea of black?
I don't know.
f6 or what?
Has he played?
f6,
Yes,
yeah, take on e5 and rook f3.
Yeah, just to make it triple on f9. Very unpleasant position.
Yeah, Derek in his style is just waiting to push e4 in best situation
All right.
possible.
Grigorian Karen against Tomazini. I haven't seen that game yet. e4, d6, so regular King's Indian.
Oh, it's interesting. But white must play h3.
h3, yeah? Here?
h3, yes. Maybe here or after queen d2, but it's
And
like
here.
Grigorich plan h3, yes, this position. Because if you play, you play knight h5 as a game.
So it's protecting against knight h5 to put it here, yes?
Yes. Okay, so he don't play. So
He didn't play, yeah?
Or f3 if you want, but f3 okay.
h3 is, I think,
Other plan.
nice. Here, and still he didn't play h3, he should, yeah?
Knight c2,
Now
it is knight c2.
here also, yeah?
Knight in d4, well placed. Why knight c2? I don't
Yeah,
know.
it's placed quite well.
Some push e4, yes, e4 is main plan. Why?
Just to play h3,
Maybe
bishop
b3, you know, h3, b3, bishop, and
h2, yeah, and
bishop, you know, bishop h6 maybe to change.
exchange of bishop.
e4 something.
And then f4.
And pressure on d6, of course.
No, of course, it's very weak pawn, as always. Nice. Maybe he wanted to directly push
No,
the pawn, yeah?
directly, you know, some problems. You see,
Yeah, here, b3, bishop g4.
some tactical problems.
Tactical problems,
you
yeah,
see.
exactly. You can play f3, take, bishop f8, I protect. Still, I think white is a little bit better.
But h6, where you go? Bishop h4, yes.
And why cannot I go on it? Yeah,
But
here.
g5 knight or going to e5.
But f5 pawn, yeah. Very, very nice knight. So, of course, after bishop g3, this square will be prepared for white knight. Knight e3, and he made knight d7 against e4 pawn, yeah? f3, but still I think white is a little bit better. He's higher. His pawn structure is a little bit better. Let's look how did it. Oh, he missed knight g3, I think. Here, and knight g3. You lose. It's very unpleasant for black because your pawn structure will be destroyed now. You cannot take on g3 because of knight f6 check. Rook e6, knight a5. Of course, it's not so easy, but oh, he has to sacrifice.
Interesting. What the sacrifice? What
on
if
e4.
I take?
All right.
On e6. Wait.
It was like
You
you could
take
have taken
e6, knight
e6.
c3.
No, but still, it's not
Knight
so
c3.
easy. Yeah.
Interesting.
So let's think here. Yeah. Because if black doesn't do anything, it's totally lost. The pawn on h5 is very weak and so on. So the only possibility to do something to make it more sharp, even sharper. So yeah, knight e6, knight c3. That's why I think
So
taking is okay. Queen f2, knight, bishop d4. My goodness. But you have to take. Oh, okay. I thought okay. You know,
take on d4. Yes.
yeah, take with a
It's
rook.
completely made.
Yes, you have to take with a rook, and then knight h5 is winning actually. Yeah.
Any move I
Rook e6, rook f1. It's winning. I think it's already it's already 1-0.
1-0.
Yeah. White won this game. Actually, very calmly. Maybe that plan with h3 was an improvement in that game. Okay, Jan Krejci is moving. He's playing on the next board. It's a representative of Czech Republic.
Yes, I know.
Yeah, we know, but we are talking also with two people, you know. I know you know.
No, we know he's a good player.
Yeah, he's a very good grandmaster. He's great playing against
Young, yeah.
young Honza, even I think. He's playing against a player from Mongolia, the Bachdulun Chagmed. Sorry if I pronounce it poorly, and who is also a grandmaster. Yes, he is.
We don't know Mongolian grandmaster.
Not really.
Okay, maybe we.
But it was. I think
No, black is okay.
black is okay. Why should have any problems? E5. Maybe it's too.
Just put bishop in the 8 and
Yeah.
play in this position. No any problems for black.
Yeah, no way.
Because if you push before there are e5, if you push e4 there are some preparing c5. You know.
Yeah.
No, this is okay. But if you change some pieces, it's okay. Two
Okay.
bishops.
Here.
This is-
It's quite interesting. Knight c3. Still no problems.
Yes, if you play, you should play just accurate. Yeah, of course.
A4. H3. This bishop is really strong on
Put bishop in
h3.
c5, for example. Some.
Yeah, put bishop.
Okay. Okay, but this is big mistake, of course. I think to change it, to try to change it.
But
Even this,
yeah, okay, but you are forced to do it, yeah. So even if you
what do you want? Rook g3.
rook g3, rook f3,
Rook g3. We put king on h7 and some
which is
I
even better.
should put my bishop on d4. This is my idea.
So queen,
don't know
something
how.
like queen
But
c7.
where? Maybe this is a problem. Queen c7, yes, for example. Rook g3, king h7. What's happened?
Nothing special
Black is
for
okay,
white. Yeah, black is okay.
of
Should be
course.
okay. If I manage to put.
I can
this-
even play h5 if you want. h5,
F5,
bishop
yeah.
h7. No, okay.
H5.
Maybe bishop h5 is better.
Yeah.
Why? Don't do this weakness. Bishop c5, bishop d4.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know why bishop c6 was played actually. Here, and the knight is really out
clear
and played.
position. Yeah.
And now white's advantage is
This is very big. Yes.
yeah. That's why he had to offer
Sacrifice,
yeah,
but
sacrifice and
no, it's
next.
technical position, of course.
Yeah, it's technical and it's technically winning, I think, for white. So I think that
Now to start. If
maybe here before was okay.
Yes, but even I don't know. Yes, of course before.
Maybe before wasn't so bad now, yeah? Just to put, not to allow the bishop to go on c5 and d4, yeah?
Of course. No, but
He
if you
did play.
put bishop in d4 now position.
Alright, but he played now rook c3, yes, as far as I remember.
Yes, rook c6. No, yes.
Rook D3 or C3. We'll have to
Check.
We'll have to check in a moment. Yes, we are in a good competition. And Bishop C3. Yes. Rook C5, and maybe now before, the king is very weak on G7. It's
Okay.
not so easy, yeah. The threat is Rook C8.
Very good. Yeah.
If you give mate, it was a good idea.
No, but maybe it's better even. Okay, so technically good.
Yeah, technically, yep.
If Rook C8, yes.
Probably White will win that game. Should win that game, yeah.
Normally.
It's very, very hard to do it, to play with Black, because of after Bishop D4, Rook C8, King is a major under major attack. So should be already over, yeah, exactly. So I think that the player from Mongolia should win that game. All right, I think we can switch to women section now. It's somewhere here. So on the first board, the only international master in women's section. Oh man, come on, Mrs. Mungutuil. Sorry.
Typical position from Scheveningen.
Yeah, but
Scheveningen system, yes.
I will tell you this.
Become
It turned out to be Scheveningen system. Yes.
Sicilian. Sorry.
But okay, it's the type of position is Scheveningen, yes, like,
yes.
because here I think that White is really. I think here maybe A5 was a good idea. Maybe it's quite risky because the weakness on B6 will occur after A3. But what else to
Black
do?
to move.
Yeah.
But I can play A3 in A5. After paper Queen E3,
Because it was played Queen E3, Bishop D5, A4.
You want
And it was exchanged. I don't know if it's correct, but
still
White's
better, yes.
okay. White's plan is easy: A5 and just to attack the pawns on queen side. Yeah. So it's nothing complicated. And here it was obvious, yeah. And very nice plan now. White that cannot do anything more on the queen side. That's why she decided to open the second flank, yeah.
But not why not H5?
H5 already. Maybe.
Why you permit me?
All right. G4.
Okay, open the position. Okay, if you want. Okay, I will open. What to do?
Right. Yeah. What
I
else to
understand
do?
this is maybe bad position. Queen E2, but let's try. So no queen. Okay, queen B7 maybe.
All right. Something
Rook.
like B5.
B5, yes. Unpleasant, yeah.
Unpleasant position,
Very unpleasant
I would
for me.
say.
Or maybe some counterplay. I have time, but no. Queen takes G4. So I should put rook on H8 and E3. Oh,
Here.
maybe
You cannot.
give this pawn.
I will take it with a rook and they.
No. I will give E pawn.
Or E pawn. All right.
I mean, rook going to do H8. For example, maybe
E3.
immediately. Okay, try to immediately maybe.
All right.
Take on G4.
Queen E4,
Queen
yeah.
H5. Check. Oh, Queen E4.
It's not so bad.
Yes. Oh, you're right. No, it's my bishop E7 something rook H8 something.
To do
E3,
something, yeah. To do something because
counterplay,
if you don't
no,
have.
I'm dying. Of course.
Yeah. All right.
No, but after G4.
So, all right, we have a. Let's stay with us, Oleg. I would like to invite one more guest, Grandmaster Michał Zalewski. Thank you, Oleg, for a support.
So what finished? I'm at the draw.
Oh, on the third board, yeah.
No,
Like-
third board.
Yeah, against the
that's
top
true.
seed,
Yeah.
Virov, Sanan Sugirov.
I played awful, but okay.
All right, are you satisfied with the result?
Yeah, with result, of course. If it wasn't the rule that I can offer draw only after 30 move, I would offer in third move. I totally didn't want to play today. I was exhausted after my first game.
How
Didn't-
long did it last, the first game?
Not so long, but
Okay.
what can I say? But I was exhausted. Anyway.
Okay, let's switch. Excuse me, foreigners, but we'll switch to Polish. I just make a promise that I will, so I think we can switch to Polish. Michał, jak Ci się dzisiaj grało? Bo dwie rundy, oczywiście runda podwójna jest bardzo nieprzyjemną, szczególnie dostałeś jeszcze kojarzenie w drugiej rundzie numer 1 naszego turnieju, Sanana Sugirowa z Rosji. No i tak jak powiedziałeś to przed chwilą po angielsku, że już gdyby nie zasada, że przed 30 nie można zaproponować remisu, to
W trzecim.
w trzecim byś już zaproponował. Mała ambitna postawa, muszę ci
Ja
powiedzieć.
zwykle jestem ambitnym zawodnikiem, ale cóż, no lata lecą. Niestety.
Tak, rzeczywiście, w twoim wieku to rzeczywiście.
Tak, no sam rozumiesz.
No tak, no
jesteś jeszcze
ćwiara.
starszy w ogóle.
No zgadza się, no. To tak jak,
Straszne.
no co ja zrobię, no.
No za rok będę jak ty.
Ale znowu ja będę o rok starszy, także już w ogóle wiesz.
No będziesz rok
Do
starszy,
piachu,
to
nie?
prawda.
Dobra, pomówmy lepiej o partii, a nie o przyszłości. Będzie nam łatwiej.
Szczególnie, że w czarnych barwach się rysuje.
Dobrze. Chyba nie będzie aż tak źle. E3, no troszkę płasko.
Nie, ja tak zawsze gram.
Aha, myślałem, że po prostu nie chciałeś uniknąć jakiegoś tam
No bo
ustawienia
ja tak zawsze gram, żeby unikać.
Słowianie, rozumiem, dobra, czyli...
Tak. No to tu mnie zaskoczył, bo on wcześniej grywał E6 i myślałem, że powstaną takie pozycje, tak jak kiedyś wygrałem z Caruaną, przypominam wszystkim, że wygrałem, to w takiej pozycji z E6, D4, hetman C2, B3, taki plan. Takim
domeczku, takim
tak,
suwaczku.
ja bardzo lubię te domeczki, a w tym wariancie to mogę jeszcze grać ten domeczek bez D4, co jest jeszcze lepiej.
Aha, czyli w ogóle tutaj...
Tak, tutaj jak on gra
tak?
E6, to ja sobie tutaj tak suwam i...
B3 takie...
Tak, to tak właśnie...
Powoli po ścianie każdy się dostanie.
To był właśnie mój plan na tą partię, szczególnie, że tam była duża szansa na remis, więc ciężko przegrać.
Planu,
tak, więc tak planowałem.
No wiesz, dla chcącego nic trudnego.
A tu mnie zaskoczył.
G6, tak?
Tu mnie niestety strasznie zaskoczył, ale w sumie się ucieszyłem, bo to taki wariant, że i tak się białymi zawsze trochę lepiej stanie, cokolwiek się nie zagra. O, to kiedyś grałem partię z Dragunem, czy z Kacprem Piorunem, no z którymś z nich i podobna pozycja powstała i potem się nauczyłem, że H3 goniec D3 jest plan. To tyle znałem.
Rozumiem.
I tu był koniec mojego przygotowania.
7 ruchów, ale to i tak nie
Tak,
mało,
C5
wiesz.
jeszcze znałem, tak. I
Tak.
tu wiedziałem, że się roszuje.
Aha, a tutaj to
I tu wiedziałem, że biją CD, ED i koń C6 grają.
No,
Natomiast
trochę takie
przeciwnik-
greenfeldowskie pozycje, prawda?
Tak,
Tych
coś
pozycji
troszkę. Znaczy
greenfeldowskich.
taki to powstanie taka pozycja z izolakiem. I tam
No to wiadomo.
nie pamiętałem już żadnego planu. I podczas partii też nie byłem w stanie nic wymyśleć.
Mhm.
Natomiast pamiętałem, że pozycja jest całkiem spoko dla białych, tak.
Mhm.
Kiedyś to patrzyłem i było, że całkiem spoko.
Za młodu, tak?
Za młodu, tak, jak byłem jeszcze młody i ambitny i chciałem grać na wygraną. No i tu konia A6 mnie ruch
Tak,
zaskoczył.
to Olek też mówił, że to dziwny ruch w sumie, to nietypowy, chociaż z drugiej
Nie,
strony...
no plan
ten
jest
skoczy-
fajny całkiem. Koń idzie na C7, potem gra gonie C6 i nie wiem za bardzo co miałem
No
robić.
zgadza się, tutaj raczej A3, bo inaczej to koń B4 bardzo nieprzyjemny.
No i gonie C5 jeszcze. No bo jak chcę zrobić jakiś inny ruch, to jedyny ruch sensowny to jest wieża E1 poza tym, a wtedy koń B4 gonie C5 wchodzi, tak?
Dokładnie.
Znaczy, no nie wiem czy wchodzi, ale
No nieprzyjemnie wygląda. Tak?
trzeba liczyć, a
Ciężko-
wiesz jak
ciężko
to jest
zejść
no, w
już
tym
poniżej.
wieku to...
Tak, oczywiście.
Tak, to
To
lepiej
są
zagrać
perełki,
tak
tak.
tutaj.
Tak lepiej A3 takie spokojne,
Tak,
profilaktyczne.
no zawsze to nie jest zły ruch na pewno.
Zawsze
no
się
to...
przyda do B4 ewentualnie.
Dokładnie.
Kiedy
No znaczy B4 akurat nie
No,
planowałem,
to-
ale...
Ale zawsze się
Ja,
może.
no wiesz, no. Ale tu cofnij.
No to
Bo tu
ciekawe.
chyba był ważny moment. To po końcu 7, no.
Mhm.
I tu nie wiem, co jeszcze miałem zagrać. Znaczy D5 jest pierwsza idea, też takie trochę jak z Greenfelda pozycje,
Mhm.
ale tu mi się B5 z kolei nie podobało.
No i załóżmy jak wezmę na B5 skoczkę.
No to wezmę na D5 skoczki.
Nieprzyjemna taka mijanka.
No, goniec B7, potem jakiś A6, hetman B6, wieże wchodzą, w ogóle
No
wszystkim
to-
mi wchodzi.
Tutaj słabiutka, nie? A tutaj ten gąsior tak patrzy na to wszystko,
jakiś, no,
tak nie za przyjemna pozycja.
no,
Dobra, goniec
taki
F4.
goniec szczura.
No bo... Może goniec G5 jakiś, nie wiem.
No właśnie nie wiem, bo goniec G5 to mi się goniec C6 nie podobało.
Mhm.
Bo ja nie chciałem, żeby mi goniec C6 zagrał.
Aha,
Białopolaków to ja nie chciałem wymieniać.
No raczej nie pozytywne to by było.
Nie pozytywne. To ale może tak trzeba było grać, no nie wiem. No ale co, lutne, a potem ma dobrą grę. Wieża C8 zagra, czy gdzieś tam.
A nie wiem, jakoś taki, nie wiem, dama B3 ewentualnie. Nie,
No, ale
ciężko,
to tak-
ciężko tutaj rzec.
No właśnie, no.
Taka nieprzyjemna taka.
No i tak mi zagrał to konia 6C7, takie głupawe i się
tak
okazuje,
wyglądało to na głupawę, a tutaj
wygląda
nie takie
głupawe,
głupio.
tak, a tu nie wiedziałem co robić. No i zagrałem taki ruch, taki bezmyślny trochę, żeby go nie C6 nie było chociaż.
No tak, nie grozi, bo
To znaczy w ogóle całe moje ustawienie było fatalne, ale do tego dojdziemy w partii, pokażę dlaczego było fatalne.
Rozumiem.
No,
I tu tak, no rozumiem,
tak, no
że...
taki był plan, no
No,
ale
no-
był słaby, to może jakoś trzeba było inaczej. No ale to chyba będę musiał popatrzeć w jakichś bazach, czy tak nie grali, albo oświeci mnie Houdini.
No pewnie, na pewno tak, no niestety
No i
mamy
on
tego
tu zagrał B6, no tak myślałem, że będzie grał.
Logiczny ruch, tak?
No i tak chciałem zabić, sobie myślałem, że tak wieża C1, no i taka stójka, no. Równa, no. O, ale tego ruchu właśnie nie widziałem i dlatego to całe
ja go
ustawienie...
widziałem.
Ja wiem, że ty go widziałeś, bo ty
No
zawsze te takie sprytne ruchy gońcem to widzisz.
Gorzej ze skoczkami.
Gorzej ze skoczkami, to prawda. To na skoczki trzeba z Mateuszem Bartą uważać z
No,
kolei. No.
ze mną nie trzeba właśnie.
Z tobą nie. Chociaż kiedyś mnie takim skoczkiem zajechałeś w karukanie na szybkich w Warszawie. Nie wiem, czy pamiętasz. Strasznie skakałeś w ogóle, po całej desce. Tym
Aż
skoczkiem.
tak?
No,
Pamiętam, kurczę.
tak.
Taki dobry byłem, że tam wygrałem, Boże.
Tak, ale
Kiedy
wiesz,
to
bo to
było?
byłeś jeszcze przyjechałeś rundę spóźniony na ten turniej
A,
wtedy.
wtedy, tak.
Więc miałeś ten.
Miałem po prostu o mamy jakieś i pewnie tak skakałem do tego.
Tak.
Tylko
Miałeś
to
fantazję większą wtedy.
Większą fantazję, łańską nawet.
Można tak
Dobra,
powiedzieć.
wieża C2 i konie w 4. No nie, przyjemnie się zrobiło, nie?
No i tutaj tak zacząłem myśleć, tutaj mówiąc tak
Kolokwialnie.
bardzo kolokwialnie i tak trochę parafrazując moje myśli, bardzo brzydko przegram. O tak sobie myślałem.
Rozumiem.
No i, że tu tak myślałem właśnie, że będziemy grać jeszcze 2
Użyłeś
godziny.
eufemizmu, rozumiem, w tym momencie.
Tak. Właśnie tak myślałem, że będziemy grać 2 godziny, będzie coraz gorzej i przegram. I byłem bardzo niepocieszony.
No podejrzewam, słaba to wizja na przyszłość.
Słaba wizja, no ale trudno, stwierdziłem, że będziemy zapierać. Tutaj przestawiłem się na tryb Mirka, no i tu chciałem właśnie wszystko wymienić najchętniej.
Rozumiem.
No i tu się udało. No i tak, na razie tu zupełnie nie wiedziałem, jakie ruchy robić, więc robiłem takie, które myślałem, że może trochę wzmocnią moją pozycję.
I czasu nie stracić za dużo, tak?
Tak.
Właśnie jak z rozkładem czasowym było?
Z moją...
Tak,
bo właśnie
udało się
w porannej rundzie nie przestrzegałem tego.
Regulaminu swojego, o którym wczoraj mówiliśmy.
Tak, zupełnie bez sensu grałem, bo w debiucie myślałem jak słoń. No i robiłem ciekawe i dobre ruchy i dograłem się do lepszej pozycji. Co z tego potem, jak na krótkim czasie podstawiłem tego pionka, co go więcej miałem i dostałem kompletnie przegraną. Szczęśliwie mój przeciwnik też myślał, tak jak ja teraz dzisiaj w tej partii, tylko o remisie. I zamiast mi zbić pionka i chyba bym się poddał, to on wymienił wszystko.
No, wiesz, szczęście
Więc
sprzyja
właśnie
lepszym.
nie słuchałem się swoich własnych rad, no i rano było słabo. No teraz, a dzisiaj dość szybko grałem, tak. To dlatego może się udało nie zaprzeć.
A twój przeciwnik?
Mój przeciwnik też grał szybko, obaj tak sprawnie graliśmy. Widać, tak trzeba grać.
Grają najlepsi, tak?
On tutaj coś dziwnego zrobił, bo tu mi się wydaje, że powinien był zabić. No i taka tam pozycyjka.
No troszeczkę taka slightly better dla czatu.
Ale chyba zaprę, no.
No
Tam wie, że wymienię
Twoją
jedną
klasą,
parę.
wiadomo.
No, znaczy z moją klasy to akurat mógłbym przegrać końcówkę. Sam dobrze o tym wiesz, więc mi tutaj nie...
Nie wszyscy muszą o tym wiedzieć. Adama F5 wybrał, tak? Po prostu.
O, i tutaj zaczęło być dziwnie.
To ciekawie zaczęło dopiero być moim zdaniem.
Tak, bo ta dama to wcale to tak dobrze nie stoi. Teraz zrobiłem dziwny ruch, to znaczy to był ciekawy ruch, tylko że nic nie widziałem. Po ruchu zobaczyłem wszystkie warianty. Tak, bo ja zagrałem dama A4, myśląc, że na wieża D8 zagrałem wieża C8. Tylko że wieża C8 by podstawiało. No pokaż.
Znaczy ta druga, tak?
Tak, wieża D8, myślałem, że wieża C8. I po ruchu zobaczyłem, że on ma B5.
Ale
Znaczy, nie no, B5 widziałem, tylko
tak?
myślałem, że bije do spodu i hetman B5 na końcu nie widziałem.
O kurczę, rzeczywiście.
No.
Bardzo nieprzyjemne.
Tak.
Podwójny atak na dwie wieże.
Ale tak się zdziwiłem, jak on zaczął myśleć. Tutaj i tutaj się okazuje, że mam bardzo ciekawą ideę, to znaczy nie wiem.
Tutaj AD8, tak?
Tak, no i tutaj zgodnie też z moją teorią jeszcze tego nie liczyłem do końca, tylko czekałem, czy on zagra, bo mogę tutaj zagrać D5, to jest bardzo ciekawy ruch.
Aha. Dać pole dla skoczka, prawda? Na D4 ewentualnie.
To znaczy ED, koń D4 to jest chyba super już, potem jakieś koń C6 i w ogóle już stoję osą. Nie, tak nie możesz, bo wieża F3, tak to w ogóle przegrywa.
W ogóle wieża F3, tak? Dobra.
Tak.
Czyli muszę jakoś tam, nie wiem gdzie się...
Na B1, no to tutaj jest, tu muszę stać dobrze, bo nawet zagram koń C6, dama D4, dama D5 i stoi super,
no
tak?
Zgadzam.
Więc musisz bić damą na D5. To na pewno musisz
po
bić
D5,
damą.
Po D5 muszę odbić damką.
Tak, i teraz jest fajna opcja, to znaczy nie wiem, no takie może miałem zwidy zupełne. Tak, wieża D2 i wieża D3 po prostu.
Związanie bardzo...
I chcę zagrać hetman D1, koń E5, to znaczy nie wiem, czy to jest jakieś
dość
straszna
słabe
groźba.
związanie, szczerze mówiąc. Ciężko się z niego
W
wypowiedzieć.
ogóle nie widziałem, jak on się... No ale to takie ruchy, to wiesz, no to...
Co by innego
no, ale
mam
co,
robić?
no.
Panie premierze, jak żyć?
Panie, no jak żyć, no. Ja też nie wiem jak żyć, zresztą coraz starszy jestem, to już niedługo do grobu to. No i właśnie nie wiem, co to za pozycja, tak się zastanawiałem podczas partii.
Na wygląd... Jesteś związany z królem skoczkiem.
Ja też jestem związany, ale jestem tak trochę mniej związany, jak się
łatwiej
wydaje.
ci powiedzmy uciec z
Tak, no ja teraz
związania,
zagram
tak?
król G1 i uciekłem.
No dobra, ja powiedzmy, że tam wiesz...
A nie, no to szasio.
Szasio na H4, aż
Bardzo brzydki szasio, no.
A króle 8 dalej jestem związany, jak
Znaczy
Paleron
wieża
na wystawie
C8 nie wiem, czy teraz
sklepowej,
jakiegoś nie możesz zagrać.
tak? Teraz tak? Aż tak?
Aż tak, no.
Jakieś konie 5 nie będą nieprzyjemne?
A wieża C1 też jest nieprzyjemna na
Wieża
konie
D1,
czy co? Wieża
tak.
D1, jejku, jak ty liczysz. A na goniec...
K5 wieża D7, nie złapiesz mnie tutaj na jakieś
Nie
chytre
złapię
łapeczki.
No nie wiem, no w każdym razie to D5 było ciekawe, no to naprawdę długo myślę, bym stracił cały swój czas i potem przegrał w jakichś niejasnościach,
Aha,
jakby tak zagrał.
Rozumiem.
Tak by pewnie było.
Ale
on tu w ogóle też długo myślał. Mi też się wydaje, że on się D5 bał. No bo to nie jest naturalny
rozumiem, że
ruch
nie
cofnięcia.
analizowaliście po partii tam...
Nie.
Rozumiem, nie będę tam wnikał w szczegóły.
No więc tak, no i tu ja cofnij jeszcze, bo konie 5, bo tutaj też mogłem D5 grać. No wieża do 8.
Wieża D8
No,
D5 teraz,
D5.
no wiesz?
Ale tutaj chyba nie wchodzi.
Konie C7 się chyba będę mógł po prostu cofnąć, tak?
A nie, to tak łatwo nie ma, bo wtedy będę miał ideę wieża D7 z kolei.
Aha, rozumiem.
I też
Czyli
duża
tutaj
rekompa.
wieża
Wieża
D2,
D2, ale tu myślałem, że dama A5 jest ruch.
A ma 5 po prostu.
No.
Po chamsku, ale zdrowo.
No też nie jest to takie jasne, można by to jeszcze popatrzeć, no. Jakieś tam komputery by tu prawdę powiedziały.
No ludzie też mogą jeszcze patrzeć, wiesz. No, są
No
jeszcze...
mogą patrzeć.
Jakaś
ale
ostatnia nadzieja
słabo,
jest.
nie? Są 100 razy starsi i w ogóle.
Nie no, w ogóle wiadomo.
Tak.
Dama D4, nie, dama H4 to H6 w ogóle mogę po prostu zagrać.
Jak to kiedyś powiedziałeś o tempora Amores. Nie wiem, czy pamiętasz okoliczności.
Pamiętam, niestety pamiętam, nie musiałem się przypominać. To nic strasznego, ale chodziło o brak wiedzy młodzieży, że tak powiem.
Nie, mi chodziło
Jeszcze inaczej.
o rewal akurat.
Aha, no to jeszcze, tak, to też również.
Ale o brak wiedzy to też chyba tak
To chyba też było
tak,
tempora.
tak. Jeszcze
Bardzo
taki
mądre powiedzonko,
sugestywny gest
sugerujące, że
wtedy
ktoś jest
ręką.
inteligentny, co jest oczywiście nie zawsze prawdą. Dobrze, wracając tutaj dama A5, tak?
Niebywałe.
Koń E5 zagrałeś, tak? Czyli
Tak.
D5 tutaj było całkiem...
A czy konie 5 tu policzyłem, że chyba będzie remis, więc byłem już bardzo...
Tak, czyli po trzech...
Tak, a jeszcze z łapką, nie tak prosto. Wiesz, że... No, pokaż.
Wieża C7,
Tak, i teraz fajna była łapka, to znaczy nie wiem czy łapka, wydawało mi się, że łapka. Po wieża DC8, wieża F7 chciałem, tak jeszcze z łapeczką.
Ale żeby to... I co dalej?
A dalej to mi się wydawało, że mam przynajmniej wyczniaka, może
No
do
tak, oczywiście, właśnie myślałem, czy myślałem...
Nie, to dalej nie liczyłem, no zobaczymy.
Aha, już masz wieczniaka, już
Tak.
jest spokój, tak?
Tak.
Nie ma co liczyć dalej.
Nie ma co.
No, szczególnie, że nie grasz kurczę, z byle lapsem, tylko z pierwszym numerem startowym.
Tak, znaczy trochę taki nie za wysoki, ale...
Szachowo mi chodzi,
szachowo.
szachowy wzrost ma dość wysoki chyba.
Ma wysoki szachowy wzrost.
No to raczej tak. No dobrze, no to myślę, że to nie jest...
Wiem, czy nie ma większe oczy niż ja, ale nie
Był naszym gościem wczoraj, także...
Jak uważasz?
Ciężko powiedzieć. Musiałem sobie się skoncentrować na tłumaczeniu rosyjskiego na angielski, dlatego
Ojej,
nie było to takie proste.
Strasznie.
Dobra, Orszaczku, dziękuję Ci bardzo za skomentowanie tej partii. Czy widziałeś innych zawodników z Polski, jak grali?
Widziałem.
I?
Kacper to gładziutko.
Gładziutko
Jak grał z jakimś słabym, zagrał słynny wariant, w którym największym specjalistą w Polsce jest oczywiście Krystian Kuźmicz. No i jak
takie szczurzenie w tej pozycji następuje.
Takie szczurzenie w tej pozycji następuje, to prawda. Natomiast trzeba w tej pozycji bardzo dobrze białymi grać, bo inaczej czarny bardzo gładko ci tam zagryzie.
No wiadomo, no to...
Tak, no i chyba tak
przeciwnik
po prostu
zagryzł. Tak zagryzł, ładnie po słabowsku. Chociaż fajne warianty tam liczył, pokazywał. Tak.
Tak liczył?
No liczył dużo właśnie.
A w ogóle strasznie się bał przeciwnika.
Tak, on się w ogóle
bał się strasznie.
Znaczy on dlatego, że mówi z tego co mówił, ostatnie 2 turnieje stracił na rankingu i po prostu się troszeczkę boi i tam trząsawka taka leciutka, trzęsawka następuje.
Niektórzy tak szachiści mają, tak w Polsce też tak się znajdzie kilku.
Następuje.
Ale tak Kacper przed partią się strasznie bał, że przeciwnik po teorii gra, ale jedyne co go ucieszyło to jak wrzucił mojego przeciwnika na bazę i mówił mi miliony, co nie gra, że wszystko gra, wszystko zda, jest rewelacyjny i że mam pecha w kojarzeniu i bardzo się cieszył.
To nie typowe.
Typowe, nie?
No znaczy dziwne, no bo w sumie gracie w jednej drużynie.
Nie,
tak?
no to w ramach żartu było oczywiście, no. Prosiłem go, żeby mi sprawdzić, co mi przeciwnik gra, bo mój komputer się do niczego nie nadaje. No,
aha, rozumiem. A czy widziałeś partię Jacka Tomczaka? Dlatego, że...
widziałem partię Jacka i...
Może spójrzmy na nią, jeśli może,
no,
damy radę.
Zobaczmy. A, już wygrał w ogóle. Bo tam był taki motyw z matem na B8. To jest strasznie dziwny wariant, zawsze mnie zastanawiało, czemu tak nikt nie gra.
A tu koniec D2 moim zdaniem. Znaczy nie, jakoś, ja grałem tak w Mistrzostwach Polski raz do
10.
Nie, do 16.
Nie, tam grałeś C4.
Tak, tam grałem tylko C4 i
tak.
byłem strasznie dumny z tego, już dzisiaj nie jestem niestety. No ale to wiek, wiadomo.
No, mogłeś być mistrzem świata, nie?
Jak to?
No bo tu tak C4 to nie powinieneś za młodu.
No,
tylko jakieś 4 i dynamicznie, wiesz.
Ale widzisz, no. Co teraz to możemy
nie,
wspominać dobre czasy. Jak widziałem taki rysunek raz, jak dwie kobiety rozmawiają, jedna mówi: ależ pogoda, ależ gorąco. Pani, za komuny było lepiej. No, także mniej więcej to samo mogę teraz powiedzieć. Także,
znaczy ja nie wiem, czy było lepiej za komuny.
Nie, no ale ten dowcip rysunkowy tak mówi.
A, to?
Nie, ja tak nie mówię. Też nie jestem tego pewien, bo troszeczkę za późno się urodził.
Trochę liznąłeś komuny.
No powiedzmy sobie, że nie byłem tego świadom lizania, ale patrzmy dalej. Tutaj lekka przewaga białych chyba jednak
No
Jest.
to znaczy nawet nie wiem, czy taka lekka, no jak masz problem z tym koniem, on strasznie tam związany będzie. W sensie C5, tam goniec A6, goniec C4, coś.
O tym
Nie podoba mi
długa
się.
roszada, myślę, że tutaj jest taka dość obosieczna, mało obosieczna raczej, taka
No ale
jednosieczna.
to jednosieczna jest, no dobrze, ale jest jednosieczna, to zaoferuj coś takiego, wiesz...
Mądrzejszego?
Tak, dwusiecznego.
Cwanego, nie wiem.
No bo
może-
goniec C3 ci grozi.
No ale goniec F6 muszę jakoś tam odpowiedzieć. No wiesz, wolę gońca na F6 mieć i nie puścić na F4 i tam w jednosieczność iść matową, tylko może jakoś goniec F6 próbować kombinować.
Może.
I później, później
Ale
po gońcu
to
C3
te
ewentualnie.
figury trochę podwisają po prostu czarnym.
Coś
No.
tutaj czarny chyba troszeczkę.
No ale jak takie D5, E4, coś tam.
Tak, no
takie,
tutaj to jakieś dziwne to.
Jakiś taki wariant
tak,
na
tak.
załapańca, no.
Bardziej tak. No,
Do lat 16 to może jeszcze przeszło, nie?
no Jacek akurat był mistrzem świata do 16, także należałoby jego zapytać o to.
No właśnie, o i tu widziałem, że tak będzie, że
Nie, no
goniec
to-
C3
to
nie ma,
idealnie.
no bo wieża B3 potem.
Tak, wieża B3
No.
i tam pokażę tylko ten
Nie,
wariant.
no to już jest
B4.
przegrana pozycja.
Wieża tutaj i po końcu A5 po prostu.
Tak.
Matylda bardzo piękna następuje.
Tak, no się dziwiłem trochę, patrząc na pozycję na soliczy przeciwnik Jacka, bo tak
To
siedział
to-
bardzo pewnie.
Aha, no
Tak.
właśnie to
Tak
ciekawe
wyprostowany, strasznie prosty, zazdroszczy. Tak siedzi, a tu już stary, to gap
Ciekawe ile
jest.
ma lat tam.
Nie wiem ile ma. Kiedyś grałem z jego bratem, jak miał 1800, ja miałem 2530 i zremisowałem.
Aha,
Było to strasznie przykre.
nie był to najlepszy twój wynik świata.
Nie
chyba.
był.
No tak, no
No i
tutaj
tak.
do jednej bramy poszło. No dobrze.
A pokaż jeszcze innych. A te Darek na przykład? Darek to tam się męczył, tak? W jakieś
Darek się
minimalnie.
męczy. Mini tyci pyci.
Tyci. Ja grałem kiedyś z tym Serbem.
Tak jakoś tak stoi. Tam ten zawodnik z czarnymi grający niepotrzebnie moim zdaniem tutaj zagrał A6, osłabił własną
Mhm.
strukturę pionową, nie będąc do tego zmuszonym. Także tutaj myślę, że był to błąd.
Jejku, jak pięknie to powiedziałeś. No nie, no tak, no trochę lepiej Darek stoi, no. Myślę, że wymęczy, no to jest ten czas taki szybki.
Właśnie
A jak z czasem
właśnie
jest?
pytanie, jak z czasem tutaj wygląda pozycja. Zaraz się dowiemy, zaraz spojrzymy na transmisję na 5. Tak, tutaj jesteśmy i czas zaraz
I
zobaczymy.
nie widzimy.
No 4
o!
kontra 4 to nie jest taki, na
Mało,
taką
mało.
smeraldę to nie jest przyjemne. 20 kontra 4 to tutaj
Ale na Smyraldę nie jest przyjemne, a jeszcze mniej przyjemne jest jak ciebie smyrają.
nie da się ukryć.
Więc ja myślę, że tu Darek jakoś oszuka
Wysmyrczy.
przeciwnika. No jest lepszym zawodnikiem, ma trochę lepszą pozycję.
No i
zaraz
przecież
będą-
byłem mistrzem świata do lat 20, także no, klasę na pewno posiada wielką.
Tak.
Nie, tak.
Nie.
Także no, czy ktoś jeszcze z naszych gra? Kacper i ty skończyłeś, jeszcze Maciek Klekowski gra.
No tam jakaś strasznie dziwna pozycja była, ja nie
A
wiem czy nie
podej-
przegrywał już tak. Zerknąłem,
tak?
tam, nie no tam jakieś miliony rzeczy wisiały na desce, cały
Zaraz
materiał, z
spójrzmy,
obu stron.
czy-
O, to chyba już był, przeleciałeś, tak mam wrażenie.
A jest.
no jest, no.
Tam
pokaż
zaczęło się
to.
dość spokojnie od D3. Ten zawodnik już drugi raz w tym turnieju gra D3. W pierwszej partii, nie wiem czy on nie dał rady zremisować, niestety nie mam wyników, ale wydaje mi się, że po D3 chyba dał radę zremisować z kimś naprawdę jakimś kozakiem.
A potem
jakimś
chyba z
numerem
Kacprem
3.
zremisował, tak? Czarnymi. Takie mam wrażenie.
Ja z nim też kiedyś zremisowałem, mając wygraną pozycję, w zamian lepszy czas, piona więcej i parę gońców. Ale niestety mój talent jednak...
Skoczka przegapiłeś jakimś ruchem, skoczkiem.
Nie wiem.
Nie?
Atak na króla przegapiłem i to było
A.
bardzo nieprzyjemne. No tutaj
A tu
partia
dama
angielska.
C1 zwykle jeszcze, nie? Jakiś taki ruch.
Myślę, że
jakoś
dama
tam, nie
C1, wieża
pamiętam.
1 nie jest jakimś asem przez tworzy.
No jakoś tak.
No to przeciwnik, zawodnik po prostu nie wiedział do końca na co się
Ja
zdecydować.
też bym nie wiedział co tu grać.
Czy
No
taki
taka
ruch-
pozycja.
No D5, no moim zdaniem
No i czarny
już-
lepszy, no.
Czarny już lepszy.
No.
Przejął inicjatywę. B5, zdjęcie tego napięcia z
Nie,
piona C5
nie,
na
nie.
pewno nie jest na rękę białym. Tutaj D5, no i tutaj myślę, że
Ło! Co to jest? A, podstawił, tak?
no tutaj
A, to mi się musiało pomylić,
chyba ci
bo...
się
Co to jest?
dało, chciałem powiedzieć, ale zatrzymałem się pół słowa.
Znaczy, okej. Dobra.
Czyżby Maciek nie doliczył łapki do końca? Jest znany z stawiania tak
Jest znany,
chytrych łapek,
to
że to jest koniec
prawda,
świata.
to prawda. Sam padłem ofiarą.
Padłeś ofiarą.
Dał mi szacha i nie odszedłem tym królem.
Tak, w Mistrzostwach Polski Akademickich
No.
zdaje się w tym roku. Chyba dzięki tej partii Maciek, który był przekonany
Tak.
zresztą, jak później się okazało, nam
Był
powiedział.
przekonany, że ze mną wygra.
Był przekonany, że sobą wygra. Tak powiedział po partii, podczas wieczornej biesiady. Tak, naszej
Świętowania.
Naszej fajfy,
Celebracji.
Tak, celebracji. Celebryci celebrują.
Tak.
Dama A4.
Szachowi celebryci.
No, myślę, że
A czemu on nie zabił na D1? Wytłumaczysz mi to? Bo ja
Potem-
nie rozumiem.
Potem na C6 jest taki... A, teraz od razu.
No czemu na D1 nie
No
zabił?
myślę, że to byłoby sprytniejszym ruchem.
No
dlatego,
i na
że-
C5 jeszcze
I na
był.
C5, tak. No myślę, że biały by musiał wrócić.
Co pianek mu podwisał, tak? I się bał.
No,
Ale on nie wisi, czy wisi? Wisi, tak?
Wisi Anan trochę taki jest, ale C4, C3, ja będę tam z drugiej strony
No,
na
A5
A7
też jest nie
przyjemny,
taki,
nie
nie,
tak
no
do końca.
C4, no. Goniec B2 potem jeszcze jest Rusio.
No to tak, ale zobacz,
Lusio tak
C4,
zwany.
Lusio, tak. Tutaj goniec B2, wieża
No.
C2 i C3 mówisz? Nie wiem, konik D4, jak tak wiesz, wyskoczę, tutaj też mam te dwa pioneczki.
Tak,
Tak,
no masz, no niby masz.
chyba, że pobiję na C3 bym nawet zaryzykował stwierdzić. Nie,
Słucham?
nie zaryzykowałbym go.
Ale zaraz, czemu? Nie, tam wieża E3, tak? Potem, czy co ty chciałeś?
Nie, po prostu myślałem, że
A,
podstawię.
po prostu, okej, dobra.
Po prostu-
Nic nie myślałeś.
Nic nie myślałem. To najłatwiejsze mi bardzo dobrze wychodzi, mało tego. I teraz wieża E3, patrz, nawet podświadomie zakładam takie łapki, także
To
no,
prawda, no.
dlaczego
ale
ja tu nie gram?
Nie, właśnie. Albo
Pewnie
nie
z
jesteś
rankingu bym-
studentem.
No po pierwsze, ale rok temu skończyłem, także wiesz, jeszcze bym się mógł załapać ewentualnie.
A,
No,
no to
dobrze,
dobrze,
nieważne.
co ja.
Wróćmy, goniec B2. Myślę, że bał się Maciek tego wariantu.
No dobra, ale tak to się musi bać pionka na C6.
Nie, dlatego musi się konia E3 liczyć do końca. Myślę, że nie zrobił tego dokładnie, wystarczająco dokładnie.
Nie, tylko szybko rąsią tak, koniecznie.
A koniecznie, bo
Też bym
pioneczek,
tak zrobił.
Nie tylko ty, jest nas kilku. I dama F6. No,
No
sprawdźmy dalej, jak to tam się rozwinęło. Dalej to źle nie wygląda.
Dalej, co?
Oj, mon dieu.
Jejku. Mein Gott.
Boże, co tu się stało?
No właśnie w tym momencie widziałem, jak było to goniec G5 i nic nie rozumiałem.
Nie, no bo bicie na
Dla
C6,
mnie to jest
tak,
w ogóle,
to
no.
nie, no bicie na C6, gąsiorek na C6, wraca i tutaj taki król będzie bardzo smyrany, a damka wisi.
No dobra, zaraz.
Damka wisi.
Zaraz, wiszy.
Wiszy.
Dobrze. To wisi, czy wiszy, czy wiszy?
Wisi.
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 Dobra, okej. Dobrze, to jak to ustaliśmy? No to nie wiem co, dama F3, tak? Tu chyba nie ma jakiejś zeszczyty.
No nie, bo na G2 i na H1 tam Matyldy tam wiesz, mogą przywitać
Jest,
białe,
jest
także no
Matylda,
jest to
no,
duży problem.
Całkiem ładnie.
Także goniec
No
G5,
dobra.
jakby powiedzieli poznaniacy, nie
G.
jest takie głupie.
Głupie. A dama E6 nie mogłem?
Czemu nie dama F5 albo dama E6?
No
jak
właśnie.
Ktoś, dama E6, jak ktoś mi to wytłumaczy. Dama E6 to myślę, że konik...
Koń D4 może być.
Koniczek D4, ale co
Tak.
jest po ruchu dama...
A to pioneczek G4.
A to G4, to dobrze, to ja otwieram to i teraz
Ale-
wezmę na G5.
No G5 weźmie.
Dokładnie na G5. I dopiero później zacznę myśleć,
No
czy tego piona z G bić na
A potem
H.
zacznę myśleć.
Tak, będę robił tak jak najlepsi na tym turnieju. Remisuję z pierwszym startowym.
Nie myśląc, no.
Nie myśląc, po co ja mam myśleć, no chłopie. No.
Nie, no dziś trochę myślałem.
Dobrze, ale...
No dobra.
Ale dama F5, wiesz, po to, żeby tego G4 wymusić.
Nie, to w ogóle jest strasznie dużo liczenia.
Nie, no dama F5 w ogóle, wiesz, mam do wyboru damę F5, damę G5.
To znaczy może tak w ogóle zobaczmy, co on po prostu zagrał w partii. Może
Dama
dobrze
G5,
zagrał.
dobra, żebyśmy tego już jedziemy
Tak,
po nim,
tak,
a tutaj...
krytykujemy.
A, wisi na E2, widzisz.
Strasznie sprytnie, to prawda. No.
Kolejna łapka, wisi na
Typowy
H3,
kleku.
wisi na H3 i na E2, z uwagi na słabość wieży na B1 i przeciążenie tej wieży z E1. Nastąpiło dama F5, tylko ja uważam, że ruch wcześniej byłoby to ciekawsze, bo dama na G5 całaby lepiej w tej pozycji po HG.
Na G5 by stała
Tak,
lepiej, no.
tak. Teraz HG i dama F6. No widać, że Matylda chodzi po głowie.
No ale Matylda,
Maćkowi.
a koń G3, koń G3.
Koń G3,
A,
tak?
dama H3.
Ale to goniec
Tego nie widziałem.
C6.
Nie, no dama G4 go... O, no dobra.
Dama, wiesz, ja chcę na długą, na
No to jak to oceniamy?
No 2 piony za jakość. No,
Czarny lepszy, nie?
no oczywiście, że tak. To łapkarz nawet?
Łapkarz, tylko nie wiem, czy on to wszystko policzył.
Nie, no na pewno nie. Słuchaj, na tym czasie się nie da wszystkiego policzyć.
No dobra, to wygląda jakby to było zaraz koniec. Co tu się... Zaraz.
Czemu oddajemy parę gońców?
Nie wiem, czemu dajemy parę końców. Znaczy to dam...
No z drugiej
A
strony...
dama G2 nie chciał
Dama
dopuścić,
G2 nie
tak?
chciał
G2,
dopuścić,
G2,
tak,
no.
Koniec E4, dama
Strasznie
E4,
to
koniec
tak.
E4, ten powrót taty.
A jakiegoś tam
I teraz
Szasia...
Matylda na H8, tam próba Matyldy po linii H.
No ja widzę.
No ja wiem,
A tak jakiś gońcem na G3? Nie mógł
koniec
sprytnie?
G3, ale teraz koniec G3? Z jakim planem?
Nie wiem. No nie, to nie.
Nie, bez sensu, król G7,
Jak
bardzo
tak
dobry
mówisz?
ruch.
No. Ale cofnij, poczekaj, jeszcze cofnij, no. O, tu, no. Tak, poczekaj.
No pomyślmy w tej pozycji.
No myślimy.
Jeśli Państwo oczywiście mają jakieś pytania, to bardzo prosimy zadawać je na naszej stronie Facebooka www.facebook.com /chess2014. Natomiast Olszaczku, już wymyśliłeś respons?
Nie, w ogóle nie myślałem, skupiłem się jak pięknie ty mówisz. No do król G7, no dobra, też bym tak zagrał.
Król
Szczególnie
G7.
G.
Wieża G2, wieża H8, król F1. Tutaj reiteruje się ucieczką biały. Damka H1 nastąpiła, wieża G1 na pewno. I dama H3, wieża G2. Możliwe, że to jest nabicie czasu z uwagi na to, że i wieża D8, tak? Nie no, związanko jest piękne, no klasa.
Nie, to musi.
I wieża D4, no damka.
Ale to jest łapkarz.
Na damkę w jednym, tak, to aż taka łapka.
A co teraz powierza?
Teraz 0-1 nastąpiło? Myślę, że możliwe, że białe przekroczyły czas do namysłu.
Albo wieża D2.
Albo wieża D, tak, wieża D2, myślę, że to i wieża D2 była tym planem, który
No ale to,
przed
to
nimi
zaraz, no to po
możliwe,
co,
że
to
z uwagi
damką
na czas,
F2.
może dama E1 powinien był pójść, ale to na F3 wisi z drugiej strony.
No,
Może
nie,
dama C6
nie.
jakoś. Bardzo trudna pozycja,
Dama C, ale
dlatego,
tu
że
goniec E3,
tak?
tak.
Także tutaj
Nie, to
już,
może jest po prostu
to już
przegrane,
Stracylda
no.
prawdopodobnie nas spotkała.
Stracylda,
Mhm.
no.
Dobrze,
Dowora.
dobra Olszaczku, dziękuję Ci bardzo za pomoc w
Również
komentowaniu i
dziękuję,
za
tak,
fajny
polecam
opis
się
naszej
na
partii.
przyszłość.
Myślę,
Znaczy
że
nie naszej, bo nie graliśmy. Czy której naszej? Czy tej, co mi tym skoczkiem tak...
nie, waszej, twojej kolegi z
okej,
Jugirowa.
to źle usłyszałem.
Jeśli chcą Państwo słuchać takich i innych opowieści, dziwnej treści, to piszcie po prostu, bo zastanawiamy się, jak z tą transmisją robić po polsku, dlatego że zagraniczni pewnie już się wyłączyli. Okay, so let's switch to... thank you very much, Michał. Quite a good result today. You are quite satisfied with it.
Sure I am.
I will keep my finger crossed and good luck.
Thank you.
Once more.
Thank you.
Thanks.
See you next time.
Okay, let's give a microphone there, if you can. Yes, exactly. And let's switch to other games, not only of polls, sorry for that, but we also... There are plenty of results already. And let me say that it was a draw on the first board, just as we thought with Oleg. Then the board number 2 is still in play. Let's take a deep look, not a deep look, but a quick look at this position. Of course, it's a draw, even though pawn before black is a little bit higher, but still, I just give away the pawn and just go to that pawn, which is all, of course, a draw. The second board, I would like to get it, but somehow I cannot. I will do in a moment. And we have another guest, Maciej Klekowski, a young master from Poland, trying to get you have a microphone, all right? We are just analyzing your game with Michał Olszewski. Was it so easy? Have you seen everything after knight e3?
Knight e3?
Yes, you took on e3 and then you took on f3. Yes, as far as
When?
I mean, not far away.
Before.
Yes, here I'm taking on e3. Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Have you calculated till the end?
No,
How far did you analyze it? Have you seen c6, for example? How far did you analyze?
4 or 5 moves, and
Here?
I think I was better.
Mhm.
Here I think I was better after Queen e7.
So you didn't want to take on d1, yes,
No.
because of rook b d1,
Yes.
and now bc and rook c1, yes,
No. Rook d7.
rook d7, even going on the 7th rank.
Yes.
All right, well, maybe it was it so unpleasant, you think? How about pushing your pawn c4?
c4.
I just do it straight away.
I think that bishop a6, a7,
a7. All right, c3.
knight c1.
Knight, you want to protect the first rank, yeah? Yeah, maybe those pawns A and B might be very, very dangerous if I manage with white to stop this
Yes.
pawn on this pawn C. It will be very, very big problem for black.
I
yeah?
don't want to take a risk.
Yeah,
with-
such a risk, yeah?
Yes,
But
yes.
this pawn on C6 look also quite nice.
Yes. I thought that there I was much better.
Mm-hmm. Because of the weak
we-
position of a king, yeah?
Yes,
The king.
White.
All right. Queen f6. Of course, you would like to give a mate by queen f5 and then going on h3 for sure.
Yes.
Queen a4.
If
e5. Why didn't you play queen f5?
because I don't want. I want to protect me by queen f4.
Queen f4, yeah, exactly. Yeah. sorry, queen f4, of course, which is really a good way just to
And
eliminate the
yes.
one that wants to give mate. That's why e5 is played against it, and now h3, of course. He wants
Yes.
to play king h2 after all, after queen f5, but here you have found, have you seen it when playing knight e3, this position?
Knight e3?
Yeah, you know, have you seen it when you were playing?
No,
Not so far.
No, not so far. I
But-
don't want to calculate so far.
Yeah, so
Yes,
far
okay.
because of the fact that you don't have so much time, yes?
Yes.
It's the time troubles, yeah. It's almost the same idea as Michał Olszewski's, because he said that he didn't calculate it because he would lose a time, and then even though he would have better position, then it's not sufficient enough to win with the time, yeah. It was the same idea. Maybe it's the Polish style. Rook c6, very nice touch, very nice. I think it was a surprise for your opponent.
Yes,
Have you seen on
me
his
too.
face something?
I don't looking for on his face.
Uh-huh.
After this move, I walked
Mhm.
on the playground.
All right. He cannot, of course, take on c6 because of bishop c6. Sorry, bishop c6. And now, not with the queen. Stupid computer. Bishop c6, and with the next move of queen f3. And really, the king cannot protect. He will have to give the queen for a bishop. Of course, it will be easily one for black. So so he played bishop c6. Sorry, I did something wrong. And here he played
bishop g5.
Bishop g5, yeah. And you didn't play queen f5. Could you tell me why? I was curious whether it wasn't better to do it.
I can't choose what is better, but I saw after queen g5, I thought that I was better than after queen f5.
We'll see it in a moment, because
Okay.
it's quite an interesting thing, quite an interesting move here. I thought that queen f5 was even more precise, because what can he do actually?
g4.
G4, yes, it's the only move, because if kings move to h2, I can just go away with a rook and I'm just pawn up, and with a pair of bishops and the almost mating position of even rook c2, which is winning already. That's why the only move was here after queen f5 to play g4, and I would rather this position, like this position, than other. Here, for example, bc, and now I know queen h4.
Yes,
I
but
like it much more.
rook b3.
Oh, there is a tactic. Cool one. I cannot take on g4 with a pawn because of rook f3, and our queen is hanging. I haven't seen it. You're smarter. All right. So that's why you have chosen. How long did you think here? Which one is better? How long did it take?
Around 20 minutes.
Around 20 minutes, only in that position.
No. Before rook c6 and
because of course you have seen bishop g5 is the only move for white. Yeah, it's quite cool. All right. Queen g5, bc, queen f5. Yes, double attack. And g4 is the only move for sure. Here, and coming back.
Yes.
Still, the threat of taking on c6 or queen h4 are really very strong. Knight g3. Bishop c6, yeah, and we think it's already over actually. Yeah? White is actually losing, I think, because the attack on the king side is really. That was quite interesting. Why did you give away that bishop?
Because my dark bishop.
Dark square bishop, yeah.
To move on the f4, and after this, my rook could. Take part in the game.
All right. So good, fair enough. Rook e2 probably the only move.
No. Queen
e2, yeah.
E2 was better, I think.
What was your plan now?
Now king is
g7.
G7.
Yeah, queen g2.
and queen h4.
Queen h4, yeah, it's very unpleasant position for white. Really,
It was
it's exchange for 2 pawns, yeah? So it's
Yes.
sufficient compensation for black, even more than sufficient, and the king, white's king, is under constant attack.
It's very hard position to play.
Unbelievably hard. Yeah, right. And he probably was running out of time also, I think.
Yes.
And your time was good here, yes?
20 minutes.
Oh, more than enough in such a position. Rook h8, king f1, check, check, and rook comes here.
Yes.
Yeah, it's just winning.
And this is end.
All right, let's look till the end. Your victory. Well, not, of course, you could have played rook d2, but it is
Yes.
better not to give any chances to an opponent. And, oh, very nice tactics. Very nice one. Yeah, it's good enough. Bravo, yeah. We should give an applause, some sound of applause now.
Thank you.
I wish that you played the other games so well. It was really nice one. I think you weren't actually surprised by d3 in the first move, was you?
I don't. I didn't. I wasn't surprised.
Wasn't surprised.
Because my opponent like playing such as
Unbelievable.
openings.
Unbelievable. And his results aren't so bad. You told me before the game that he made a draw even against Virbal Logan. So he's really not so easy to win against him.
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much for our support. I would like to invite you for more such games to analyze with me. Thank you very much, Maciek.
Thank you.
Good luck. So, okay, not many games left in the women's section. Let's take a look. Claudia Kulon managed to win that game. It's unbelievable for me. Let's see what happened. In a moment, we were somewhere here and I was sure that black is not okay. But look, knight g8, bishop d5, knight f6 is much better than I thought. Taking on d5 is much worse because of knight g6. For example, our take on d5 and black will be forced to play king f7. And now Claudia forced her opponent to give away the bishop. What is further? Knight e4. Me and Krzysztof Burski thought, so two grandmaster actually. Alright, I'm not too shy now. But we thought it's not so good for black. But look, rook d5, rook h8. The rook is pinned on h file, which is very, very unpleasant for black. For white, sorry. Rook e1. Of course, the idea is to... Oh, sorry. The idea of this move here is to play after rook h4. White, of course, prepared rook e4 just to exchange the knights. Of course, Claudia didn't want it. Knight h6, and now all the pieces will attack the white king. Let's look further. a6. Very interesting game, I say. It would take a long time to analyze what was proper, what not. Here I would be also satisfied with black position. Knight h5, yeah, everything is protected. I just want to pass the pawns, and the d6 pawn cannot do it. Rook d5, rook e2, the second rank. Queen g1, queen e6. So I cannot play d7 probably due to the simple queen e4, king a1, even queen c2, rook b1, and now I just simply take on g2. I can always give back the bishop on d8. Of course, white can play now, maybe without even taking. I will take on g2 immediately, so to have some opportunity to, for example, after queen a7 to play bishop d8. I stop, I block that pawn, I will win this position easily. So look, the trick here. White played queen a7 check, king a8, h8, queen a8, queen e4 check, and bishop f6. Of course I couldn't take a piece on g2 because of the mate on h8, I don't like this square. And bishop f6. The queen took. Yes, there is no place for our poor knight, and you cannot, of course, protect it by knight rook g1 because of, for example, queen g2, and the first rank is very weak. So white decided to play queen a6, rook g2, and here it is easily won. One more nice tactics of bishop c3. As I told you, Claudia likes to play very sharply, so it's not a surprise that she has found something like that. Rook c4, and of course it's already Claudia has won. I was very afraid about that game, about Claudia's position, but she really managed well. How about other games of women's section? The draw on the first so finally some draws in women competition on number 1, number 3, number 4. Is there any other game that is left? I don't think so in women competition. I would like to see some more. Maybe how about the men? Yeah, there are some games left. Let's focus on them, especially number 2, where it's very interesting. Let's take a look, because me and the Grandmaster Sulipa were talking about it, that it is very hard to play with black to survive, and we were right. Knight f8. Of course, knight c5 would be met by rook b8, and knight f8, rook b6, knight queen a3. Let's just skip some moves. It looks like just winning for white. I think even queen c4, the knight c4 was tempting. I don't know why didn't he play it. Maybe he was afraid of queen a1, but then I would play rook b6. Oh, maybe I see now. Here, and after queen a1, and for example rook b6, I can play queen d4, which is a very unpleasant move. The threat of rook a1 isn't, you cannot hold the knight on c4 and protect yourself from this rook a1, so maybe that was the reason. But still, I think white can play here queen f1, for example. Maybe he didn't want to make any. No, I don't know it. I don't get it. Queen knight e5, yeah. How about that? I think it's just winning for white. I don't know why didn't he choose knight c4. Maybe I'm blind, or no, I'm analyzing already for several hours today. I can be a little bit tired, but still I think knight c4 was actually winning that game. But okay, let's move to the game. g3 and bishop d3, g3. For sure, white didn't say it. I can assure it. I can assure you, because if yes, then he would play g4 immediately. Yes, because after g3, the trick is that after bishop g3, fg, queen d4 comes in the game, and the second rank is very weak, and it can make a very big disappointment to white. That's why g4 could have been played here instead of g3. But of course, I think it was connected with the time troubles. So g4 was okay, and knight c4. g3 is a mistake. Just give away a pawn. Bishop e3, bishop e5. Look, with a pawn of g4 it would be much easier for white. But let's look what was further. Rook b1, and the king, white king, is in really big problems. f4, my goodness. I think they didn't have enough time to look at everything, every variation. But let us take, we have some more time than they do probably. And how about knight e5? I hope that rook g1 was the idea now. And if I want to play on win, I have to play king f3, but it's extremely hard to do it because there is a threat of queen h5. So it's very unpleasant. That's why f4, but still, I don't think it's very nice to play it with white. Black is just attacking, but let's lose. Bishop f4, unbelievable. Really, I'm really astonished. I'm really surprised about this game. It was so easily won for white, and now, I don't know, I'm not sure. He took already the second pawn with a bishop. If what happens if I take with a bishop, you would say, would ask? That just, of course, rook g1 is an obligatory move. And now king h2 is met by here, queen g1, oh sorry, queen g1, king f3, and black is winning after rook h3. So that's why we have to play king f3, but it's really dangerous position. I wouldn't like to play it with white, really. Rook f1, it's the easiest one here. Then some really big problems can be. I cannot go far away with a king after h5, king g5, check. It's really got a mate, so not very nice. But okay, knight d2. Such a position. Oh my god. It turns move to move in my opinion. e5, of course, white cannot play d6, d7, d8 because there will be a defense, bishop g5 and knight e6 protecting d8 square. So e5, it's probably the only possibility. And here, look, unbelievable. I think bishop e7 was easier to make a draw than this. Is it fortress? I'm not sure. Only white can now play for a victory. It's very interesting now. Okay, let's look at the other games maybe. Oh, it was king f3, bishop g7. Yeah, black would like to ask, what would you do now? How would you like to win? I don't think that it's possible for white to win, but it, of course, is the only one who can try to win. It's very unpleasant to play with black, you know. It's a shortage of time, so you don't have a sufficient amount of it. But he was just stand king h8, king h7. I think it will be a draw actually. Very interesting game, I must say. Whole of it was really, they are still playing, of course, and Jan Bernaszek is just going here and back with a king, and probably white cannot do anything against it. Very nice fortress here. Does he have any chance? I don't believe it. Maybe putting a king on f7 would be good. You can of course subscribe our YouTube channel, 13th World University Chess Championship, if you want to see us, to listen to the to me actually. If you don't want, don't subscribe. You can always ask the question, but please do subscribe on our YouTube channel. Are there any other games left? Because I think this will be a draw. How about, yes, Darek Świercz is still playing against Marko Nenezic, who is from Serbia, and he's still, of course, we knew that Dariusz will play very long. This type of position leads, this bishop b5 and take on c6 leads to a very long play. So it's not a surprise for me. I think neither for you. And now the plan of Dariusz, in my opinion, in my humble opinion, is to put a king, put the king in the safe position, and then try to somehow take an e5 pawn. But it's not so easy as it seems, because although black cannot move his queen from f7 anywhere, but how would white like to improve that position? Maybe you've got any suggestion, then write it down on our Facebook, www.facebook.com/chess2014. Now king h7, it will be, in my opinion, it will be very hard to win it. Of course, before king h7, I would rather prefer to play a5 immediately, because I wouldn't like to have white to allow to play a5, and after, for example, I'm not sure whether it's okay now. a5, ba, and now taking on e5. It might be it's double-edged decision to play a5 to open, because the white's king is not so safe now in the center. So I'm not sure what is going on here, but I think it's not so bad for black. But if Darius wants to win today, he would have to risk, because just playing against international master Nenezit from Serbia, just playing on time and on this position just calmly and so on, I don't think it would give him a satisfactory result. So he won't win. Okay, let's move to the other game. Some other game that is still played. Let's look at it. It's already on the board number 15, so the other games are already finished. Let me say some few words about the results. The first we have analyzed. The third one was Michał Olszewski against Sanan Sugirov. Zaven Andaserian is still playing. Let's look for Zaven Andaserian game. Is it already finished? Maybe. I don't think so. So just see how long do they play today already. It's the 4th hour, already 4 hours of the second round today. And let's look at oh my goodness, it's really interesting. This Liu Yiping can probably make a draw by perpetual, for sure make a draw by perpetual check, but maybe he wants to do something more against Andaserian. For example, after look, Queen e2, they don't have time, I think. Let's look at the time. I would like to look at the time in that game. 2 minutes against 39 seconds only. So black is really in a rush. Here, King h2, he made it double. Check. And is that Queen g4 the first position? No, so I think he can give a check on g4, and it won't be a free fault repetition. Knight f4 is really interesting move. Maybe he's already winning. It would be really a big surprise. But okay, let's see. After King f3, for example, what's going on here? I'm not sure. And he's got only 39 seconds. Point e2 is protected by the queen. So it's not so easy to find a mate. Knight f4 was played. Knight f4 was played. It's really, really tough task for white not to obtain mate, but it's really unbelievable fight today. It all started with the French defense, which looked just like being no problems after the opening for black. I would like to quickly move from somewhere from here where we stopped analysis with Grandmaster Solepa. H5, Bishop f5, and we said that black doesn't have any problems. Let's look what was farther. We'll get back at the end just in a moment. And here for sure black is really okay, because knight goes via f8 to e6, which is perfect place for him. And just look at it. e6, e7, he gave away this pawn, because if not, then knight f8, knight e6, white will for sure be worse and he will suffer a lot. That's why e6, just the exchange of the pawns, but still it's not good for white. Unbelievable game. Look, it's all started in here. Knight f4 and really big problems with that king. And now, oh man, unbelievable. g5, he wants to play on win. Liu wants to win against, he's a very, very strong player. Lorenz told me that he was, even Kramnik himself did have a great problems against him. Many kibitzers on the playing area, the playing venue. Good that the arbiters allow them to come there, because I think it's their job to do it. properly. D7, knight d3, and look, here we have it. King f3, king f3. What's going on now? It's unbelievable. King f1, sorry. And queen h1, king f2, the only move, queen g2, yeah. Where to go? On e1 or e3? That's the question. In such a, you know, the threat of white is just to play d8. It might be even a knight with check. King e3 now. Of course, black can easily make a draw by threefold repetition, a perpetual check. Queen e4, king d2, queen c2. It's not a problem, but he wants to win. He fights for a win. But I'm not sure whether he can do it. Something was played, I can see on the camera. Yes, I'm looking with you at it. It's very, very unbelievably. Queen g1, king f3. What else? Unbelievable fight, really. Some kind of Clash of the Titans. Or even Battle Royale. Maybe, I think he will make a draw by perpetual check. Yes, queen g2, king e3, of course. Probably there is nothing more than a draw. But really, Zaven Andasarian was a really big problem. King f3, queen g2 wasn't king e3, yeah. King e3 now. They are still running out of time. Only this 30 seconds drop. It's a drop that it's not probably enough for them. Unbelievable fight, I must tell you. I think queen e4, yes, it will be a draw. What is he thinking about? I don't understand. They can always do a draw. Come on. He should come back. Maybe then knight d3 will be the answer. Maybe king d2 is better. But king f2 is done. How about knight d3 now? Check. What's going on? Unbelievable. Knight d3 now, for example. Black doesn't risk anything. He can always make a draw by perpetual check, so it's just up to him whether this is winning or not. The computer would say us the truth. I don't use any engine, so I'm not sure. But probably, what did he play? What did he play? Not knight d3, because knight stands... Oh, it's a draw. It's a draw. Unbelievable fight. Really exhausting. Great play, great play. I like to analyze such a game. Really, believe me, it's something interesting. Finally, it started very calmly, but then unbelievable fight at the end. And only due to the pawn on d7, white could hold a draw. So unbelievable. Are there any other games left in main competition? We'll look in a moment. But I think you shouldn't be dissatisfied with that round. Dariusz Fierch is still playing. And yes, he managed to take on e5. Yes, look at my... Maybe he's listening to me. Rook e5, rook f6 and a5. The only possibility I've told you about. And the problem of black is that after rook f3, king e2, there is a threat of rook e7 as well as ab. So he cannot hold that position. That's why rook e5 was king h7, I think, was a mistake. He should have played a5, in my opinion, just to protect himself against a5 punch. So let's look further. a5, b5. Of course, ba would be a very great mistake. Rook c5. White is pawn up, but it's not so clear. It's not so easy yet. Kings go to the safe place, and here probably Dariusz will win. Yeah, there is a threat of queen f8, king h7. Yes, queen f8. I think that rook endgame is easily won for white because of the weakness of black squares. For example, queen g7, I would take, and just simply play king d4 with the idea of going on c5, b6, and just taking a6 pawn and just winning that game easily. That's why black cannot do that, but what else to do? Rook g7, how about the time in that game? It's also quite interesting. How many times does the both players have? Only 42 seconds. Dariusz didn't move rook f6 this position, and he's got 33 seconds, so only 3 seconds left. It's really annoying to play in such a rush. You really have to be fast, to think fast. It's really nervous. It's really nervous. All right. I thought maybe it is Dariusz, but not. Rook f6, yes. The opponent has only 42 seconds left. Queen g1. 52 seconds. So they are really playing very, very sharp position with no time actually. Maybe king b2 would be a good idea. Just to no, sorry, queen d4 then. And there is a threat of queen a1. What will Dariusz do? Maybe rook f7 now is a good idea, just to try to rook f1, yes, against. I thought about rook f7 now, but the pawn endgame is lost. Look, probably it's lost or not. I'm not sure. Queen g7, quite interesting. I'll take, king d4, and I will catch that pawn for sure, and my e-pawn will win. So right, it's not so good. Maybe rook f7 wasn't so bad, but I think that Dariusz didn't want to get such a great risk. But I don't think that he was not unable to calculate this very simple ending. Or maybe after rook f7 he was afraid of some kind of queen a1 check, king d2. But here after queen a5 I played just simply b4. And I still should be winning after, also in that endgame, after in that pawn endgame. I'm not really sure, but I think so that it's winning. I think it's winning. All right, rook f1 is, maybe he didn't want to count so deeply. Queen g3, yes, he wants to give a check. Yes, check. King g8. I think he cannot, of course, take the pawn on c6 by queen c8, check, king h7, and queen c6, because of, he can even lose that game. Unbelievable, but yes, it is the last man standing here. Queen g3, queen f5, king g8. But how to develop, how to do it further? King b2, just hide this king. Yeah, might be a good idea. They are running out of time, really. And now he wants to take this pawn on c6. White has got only 1 minute left and black 10 seconds. Now, of course, after each move, the time will change because of this increasement of, it's done. It's done. What has happened? I don't know yet. B4 was played. I think it's not a good idea. I think queen e6 and then rook f6 was enough to win this game by Dariusz Świercz. But I want to be sure actually. I'm not sure. I cannot see whether the position of kings, and somebody's now in camera. Very nice. And Dariusz won that game. I'm curious, how was it till the end? It's very, very interesting now. Oh, it's me. So there are all results already here. So it's very, very fine fight today. 4 hours 12 minutes. So together with the round in the morning, they were playing for 8 hours almost without a break. It's unbelievable. They had to eat their lunch and then just got rest, and that's all. really, it's really exhausting tournament. All right, I would like to say some words in Polish at the end. Thank you for watching me. If you have any questions, please ask them on our Facebook page, www.facebook.com/chess2014, and you are also allowed, let me say it that way, to subscribe on our YouTube channel. Please do it. And thank you for today. We will see each other tomorrow. And now I will say some few words in Polish about that round. Thank you. Proszę Państwa, no, runda trzecia, bardzo ciekawa, bardzo ekscytująca w sumie, dlatego że te ostatnie partie, szczególnie grana na czwartej desce między Zawenem Andresiarem z Armenii a Lu Yipingiem z Chin, nieprawdopodobnie ciekawa. Tak naprawdę grający białymi, legitymujący się lepszym rankingiem, także będącym w sumie faworytem tej partii, Zawen miał bardzo duże problemy i w sumie cudem uniknął całej porażki, dlatego że pion D7, przepraszam, ale z angielskiego czasem się D7 chciałem powiedzieć, ten pion uratował mu skórę tak naprawdę, dlatego że król naprawdę był w bardzo dużych opałach i myślę, że gdyby przeciwnik miał troszeczkę więcej czasu, to udałoby mu się zainkasować pełny punkt. Jeśli chodzi o naszych reprezentantów, Michał Olszewski zremisował białymi i tak jak słyszeliśmy wcześniej podczas wywiadu, to był jego plan zremisować ze Siugirowem nawet po 3 ruchach, ale z uwagi na zakaz po 30, zakaz proponowania remisu przed 30 ruchem musiał wykonać trochę więcej, udało się zremisować ze Siugirowem. Darek Świercz wygrał na czas. Co prawda pozycja była dla niego już, zdaje się, bardzo łatwo wygrana, dlatego że te pionki po prostu zaczęłyby padać. Następny nasz reprezentant, prawie pomyliłem z Katomczaka z Zanem Tomazinim ze Słowacji, Jacek wygrał? Muszę zobaczyć. Tak, wygrał z reprezentantem Szwajcarii o wdzięcznym nazwisku Granda Dadam. Następnie Kacper Piorun również wygrał, Maciej Klekowski również, co także w męskiej stawce Polacy zagrali dzisiaj bardzo dobrze, tylko jeden remis, reszta wygrała. Jeśli chodzi o panie, to Klaudia Kulon moim zdaniem miała bardzo dużą dozę szczęścia i udało jej się wygrać. Marta Bartel zremisowała po porażce porannej bardzo trudnego przeciwnika, bardzo trudną przeciwniczkę dostała. Grała z numerem 1, z jedynym męskim mistrzem międzynarodowym turnieju kobiecego, Chinką Ding. Zremisowała tą partię, chociaż byłem pełen obaw. Dalej Anna Gasik wygrała czarnymi z niżej notowaną przeciwniczką i Aleksandra Lach również zainkasowała pełny punkt. Także całkiem udana runda dla Polaków. Tylko 2 remisy, reszta partii wygranych. Mam nadzieję, że będzie tak dalej. Trzymajmy kciuki i dziękuję bardzo za dzisiejszy dzień. Zapraszam następnego. Mam nadzieję, że uda nam się co godzinę mniej więcej mówić też coś po polsku, jeśli mam nadzieję, że jest to całkiem interesujące. Dalej proszę o pytania na naszą stronę Facebooka www.facebook.com/chess2014. Oczywiście można subskrybować nasz kanał na YouTubie. Zaraz spróbuję znaleźć jego nazwę. Przepraszam, gdzieś udało mi się ją schować pięknie. No jest to angielska nazwa 13th World University Chess Championship. Dziękuję bardzo za uwagę dzisiaj. Do zobaczenia.